Aster enters this series with a commanding historical lead, winning nearly 70% of their head-to-head meetings. He's certainly the stronger player on paper, but we're seeing Mist put up a fight early on. Unbelievable. He just can't be stopped right now. The lower rated player is simply outclassing him right now. He's simply untouchable right now, taking another round with a lightning fast flick. Aster finally answers back with a quick shot to the head. He's clearly the more experienced hand in the long run. He's showing great resolve, picking up another quick round to keep this comeback alive. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Mist is currently defying the odds, which makes sense given he's taken 4 of their last 5 meetings. It's a surprising trend because it completely contradicts the long-term dominance Aster usually shows in this pairing. We have to see if Mist can actually close this out. What a clean trade for Aster, who just stepped up to shake off Mist's momentum. We're seeing the gap in their skill levels bridge perfectly right now. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he claws through the damage to even the score. The pressure is mounting for him after that narrow escape. A smooth round for Mist to wrap up the first half. Both of them have had a rough day with identical records so far. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, this is proving to be way closer than the pre-match prediction suggested. Let's see if Aster can lean on his historical map advantage to pull away now. Mist grabs a slim lead as we start round 13. It's a very different story compared to their 13-9 clash yesterday. What a scramble! He barely survives that encounter, managing to come out on top by a hair. That's an incredibly tight grip on the match now. A total shutdown, he strolls into the lead with a complete blowout of a round. He's definitely playing above his rank right now. He keeps the pressure on and takes the round without taking a single point of damage. Just a flicker of a response from the high-ranked player. He is showing some real grit, erasing Mist's lead with another effortless headshot. Mist is comfortably in the driver's seat at 10-8. It's a surprising flip from their last encounter on Blame Orange. Mist is looking incredibly sharp right now, continuing a run of lightning fast rounds. Absolute perfection on that kill, and now he is just 1 round away from victory. Game over, he shuts the door with a brilliant final play to secure the series. Aster just couldn't find any answers today, completely losing his grip on the map despite those historical advantages. Vortex has been absolutely dominant in this rivalry, winning 87% of their previous meetings, and honestly, we're seeing that same confidence play out early on. He is carrying a massive amount of momentum into this server after his run today, so it'll be tough for Mist to find a way back. Mist is really starting to put the pressure on here, putting up 2 strong wins in a row. This is a surprising shift for the lower rated player today. They're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Anyone's game now. The rank 3 player is starting to find his footing. Mist is capitalizing on the height advantage here, securing the win from the ramp to stay ahead. It's a tough look for the favorite right now. Mist is on fire right now, taking an aggressive line from the boxes to really open up this lead. The lower rated player is really putting on a show tonight. He simply won't stop. That's 3 straight and the momentum has completely shifted. A huge shift in confidence for the rank 25 player. Vortex keeps the fight alive by picking him off the ramp. He really needs to start shaking off these early mistakes. Vortex is showing some real grit here, putting together another win to stay right in this. He's definitely proving why he entered this match as the favorite. Absolutely crushing it right now. The comeback is fully underway as we're back to a dead heat. A clean response from Mist to hold on to that narrow lead. His recent form has been rough, so these rounds are vital. We head into the break with Mist leading 7-5. Well, he's clearly ignoring the history here. Despite a huge rating gap, the underdog has managed to keep his nose ahead in a really scrappy opening half. Time to swap sides. Mist is playing an entirely different game right now, easily clearing him out of that ramp position. A far cry from that 13-5 result they shared yesterday. A total shutout from the ramp as he refuses to let the lead slip further. The gap in rankings is starting to feel a bit smaller. He's making a real statement right now, just cleaning up the map from that ramp position. Unbelievable. He nearly lets that one slip, but manages to scrap his way to another victory. That was an absolute nail-biter of a duel. What a fight. He practically walked through a wall of fire to barely survive that encounter. He is just refusing to go down quietly today. A stunning sequence of plays as he levels the score from the ramp, bringing the series back to a dead heat. A complete reset of the scoreboard as we head into a fresh cycle. He quickly reads the play and knocks the opponent right off the ramp. He really seems to be fighting through that low win rate in his recent form. Vortex has weathered the storm and is now fighting right back into the lead. He's definitely fighting to prove that those high expectations were justified. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Mist barely manages to limp away with his life. He has really shaken off that tough day of results so far. He manages to secure this one by flushing him out of the ramp, bringing us back to a deadlock. He's showing a lot more poise than he did in his last couple of outings. Vortex is absolutely on a roll, barely breaking a sweat as he earns himself match point. What a clutch answer! He closes the gap and forces this entire battle into overtime. He's just too fast right now, securing a lightning-quick victory to take a narrow lead in this overtime battle. He's just too strong right now, holding that ramp with a pair of perfect rounds to stretch the lead. This level of play is exactly why he's ranked so much higher. Just a complete shutdown here as he extends his streak to 3. Vortex is essentially flawless in these last few exchanges. Unbelievable. He finishes this series with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He really fought for every single round in that one, but the experience just showed in the clutch. What a fight. What a frantic start. Vortex barely survives that exchange to take the early lead. Vortex has absolutely dominated this rivalry with 16 wins in their last 18 meetings. That's a huge head-to-head advantage to overcome. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can actually build some confidence here today. We're all squared up as Aster fights back. The higher rated player seems to be finding his footing here. Aster is really putting the pressure on here, starting to build a nice cushion in this opening set. We've got a deadlock at 3 apiece. His recent run of form has been absolutely stellar. Vortex is really starting to put a grip on this set, catching Aster just as he tried to play it from the ramp. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he somehow walks away with the win after nearly dying. He's really utilizing that top tier ranking right now. Aster catches him right off the ramp to bring the score to 4-5. It's a tough day for Aster so far with that 11-25 record. Vortex is just on fire right now with a 31-4 record over the last day. He's carrying that confidence into every engagement, and it's making the higher seed look nearly impossible to stop. Vortex is pulling well ahead, now leading 7-4. Aster is really struggling to secure his foothold in this set. Vortex holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see from the top seed today. Aster needs to make some adjustments quickly, or this one will wrap up fast. Let's see some fireworks here. Vortex is simply too fast, utilizing that blue platform to keep his momentum rolling. A real clash of styles between the top 3 seed and the middle of the pack. Vortex is just completely in control, taking another round from the ramp to push his lead even further. He's certainly playing to his seed in this set. Aster is making a point here, picking him right off the boxes to stop the slide. Vortex is just too quick from the boxes, putting himself on the verge of a huge victory here. The gap in their current form is clearly showing. A completely untouchable round for the leader, and now he is one step from victory. He's making it look easy after such a strong start to the day. He manages to secure a clean round here, keeping his hopes alive just a bit longer. It's a tough hill to climb given their head-to-head history. Another clean win for Aster, dragging him right off those boxes to keep the match alive. The underdogs are finally putting up a real fight. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. Unbelievable. He's completely shut down the favorite with a 4th straight win. Absolutely staggering resolve from the underdog right now. And that's it. Vortex shuts the door with a perfect shot to close out the series. Despite that late surge, the top seed just knows how to close these out. It was an incredible push by Aster to keep it this competitive. What a battle! Welcome to Berserk League duels. Aster and Mist are ready to face off on orange to see who comes out on top. Aster opens things up strong by holding that ramp position, getting the early lead. He looks focused after that tough series against Vortex. Mist is playing with some real aggression early on, quickly neutralizing that ramp angle to tie this up. The favorite is feeling the pressure early. Aster holds a massive lead in their all-time rivalry, winning roughly 68% of their total encounters. It's a dominant historical record, but he's definitely not cruised through their recent meetings. I'm curious if Mist can push this into a tighter battle. He is simply too fast right now, taking complete control of the map. Mist answers right back, showing some real grit to narrow this gap. We're seeing some genuine resistance from the underdog here. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 5-2. He's desperate to shake off those recent losses today. Aster puts a huge grip on this 6-2 lead. Unreal. That was an absolute war of attrition and Mist barely clings to the win. Looking back, the underdog has consistently found ways to snatch these matches. A fierce exchange here and the underdog manages to outlast him to stay in this. He's really starting to find an opening here. Mist is absolutely on fire, picking him off the ramp to bring this series back within reach. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, the underdog is really proving that his high map win rate here is no fluke. He's keeping the pace steady as we switch sides. Let's see who finds their flow. What a shot! He completely dismantles his opponent to keep the pressure mounting. A really surprising turnaround after Aster looked so secure. Aster has really struggled to find his footing today with an 11-25 record. It's a tough day at the office for the top seed, but he's definitely regaining some confidence as the match goes on. We'll see if he can turn this momentum into a full win. Aster claws back ahead, currently leading 9-7. He's certainly looking to get back to his usual standard. That's a very clean trade of momentum between the two. Mist secures the equalizer from the ramp, bringing the tally to a deadlock at 9-9. Mist is definitely ignoring the labels going into this stretch. Aster just edged ahead to take a slim lead. He's really fighting to prove that his ranking edge is legitimate. A prolonged duel here, but the persistence pays off for Mist to bring the score level. This is becoming a total toss-up as we close in on the end. They are simply trading rounds at this point. It's practically a coin flip who takes the next one. He manages to survive a chaotic exchange to put himself on the verge of victory. He's absolutely locked in right now. A completely untouched round for Mist, who continues to show some incredible heart in this series. That's a huge momentum shift for the player with the lower rank. Absolute perfection to level things up. We are headed to overtime. Absolute chaos to end the regulation half. Just an effortless finish to keep this surge going, putting the pressure right back on Aster. A high-speed finish to put a wrap on the regulation half. And the deadlock returns. Aster fires back with a lightning-fast shot to level the playing field. Mist takes a commanding grip on the overtime tiebreaker with an effortless sequence. Neither player is giving an inch. We're seeing a complete deadlock as they trade rounds back and forth. Mist was expected to hold the advantage in this pairing. Absolute madness. Both players were nearly dead, but he managed to scrape through to reach match point. A desperate scramble, but he manages to secure the lead. Unbelievable. He closes the door with a final strike from the ramp to seal the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one. It's a huge relief for him to finally snap that losing streak today. He really earned that one. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Vortex and Mist facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Vortex gets the early advantage, taking control from the wine box to start this series. The top 2 seed in the league is starting off sharp. Vortex has completely owned the historical matchup, winning 42 of their 48 encounters. It's a staggering lead, but we've seen him look human today. I wonder if Mist can actually turn the tide here. Mist finds the winning angle and takes that round from the toolbox. He's fighting back despite the gap between them on the ladder. Mist is really putting the pressure on, cleaning up the ramp to take the lead in this set. Vortex has usually been the wall for him in the past. Vortex clears him off the ramp to bring this set right back to a deadlock. He certainly played a lot of matches today, though. Mist is just too quick today, claiming another one from the ramp to extend his lead. Despite that ranking gap, this set is looking surprisingly close. Vortex has been absolutely on fire today with a 34 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, he's coming into this set with a ton of confidence. It's just a shame he can't seem to find that same energy against Mist right now. We're all square at 5 apiece. He really looks like the rank 2 player right now. Mist is hanging tough here, keeping his composure as we head toward the break. It's a nail-biter as we approach the mid-game break. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, we're seeing a massive shift in momentum here. Vortex usually dominates this matchup, but the underdog is making this a real fight today. Time to see if he can hold. Incredible. He barely survives that exchange to knock Mist off the ramp. He's showing some serious grit to claw back into this. Vortex puts another one in the books, quickly picking Mist off the ramp to flatten out the series. We've seen that number 2 player find his gear just in time. Mist secures a huge round here, quickly punishing Vortex from the ramp to reclaim that 1-round lead. really fighting a tough battle against his rating tonight. Mist is just too sharp, using the height of the toolbox to keep his lead. His overall win rate is lower, but the composure is definitely there. Mist edges ahead by a single point right now. Mist has been struggling today with a losing record across his sets. Mist is just relentlessly efficient right now, shutting him down again from the toolbox. He's certainly fighting through a tough day at the office. Mist is just in a different gear right now, securing another win from the ramp. A total reversal from their last meeting on Redline. He's refusing to go down quietly, taking a quick fight to knock Mist off the ramp. The pressure is clearly mounting for the frontrunner here. What a slugfest! Both players poured it on, but he manages to outlast the exchange to pull within one. That's a scary amount of momentum swinging back to the favorites. Pure magic from the favorite, tying this game up and extending his run to 3 straight. It's a total dead heat as we push toward the finish. Mist answers back immediately to put himself 1 round away from victory. What a recovery, he just denied that push from the ramp to force a stalemate at 12 all. Absolute chaos in this series as we head into the final push. Mist is just too fast, holding a huge advantage from the ramp. The momentum is shifting completely against the higher seed. Vortex is putting up a serious fight, closing this out without taking a single hit to keep the match alive. Neither side is given an inch in this absolute war of attrition. He just completely shuts that down, picking Mist off the toolbox for another straight victory. A total shutdown of that position. This is purely about who can keep their nerves steady now. We've got a total stalemate on our hands. Really stepping up to meet the challenge here. Absolutely blistering reflex there, putting the pressure firmly back on the opponent. What a scrap. He barely comes out of that alive to force a complete stalemate. The tension is palpable after such a narrow escape. Mist holds a slim lead as we enter round 31. Total deadlock at 16 apiece as they go deep. Mist barely hangs on to keep a 17-16 edge. Just a few rounds ago, it felt like he was out of his league. Mist is really pulling away with an 18-16 grip. He is looking incredibly comfortable right now. The gap in their rankings isn't showing at all right now. Mist still holds that narrow 1-point advantage. A huge moment to keep the hopes alive for the favorite. A timely stop to prevent the lead from slipping. A dead heat at 18 apiece for these two. It's a complete toss-up now, regardless of who entered as the favorite. Vortex takes the lead, putting him up 19-18. Unbelievable. Mist claws it back to tie it up. Vortex finally grabs the edge with a 2019 lead. He's firmly in control now as the favorite takes charge. A total stalemate at 20-0. Absolutely breathless. A complete reversal of form compared to his recent matches today. Vortex has a slim 1-point cushion heading into 41. A rare high-pressure spot for the higher seed to navigate. Unbelievable. It's a total tie at 21 each. The underdog is refusing to let this slip. Mist just snatched the lead back at 22. Mist is surging ahead with a commanding 23-21. Rarely has he looking this dominant in a high-stakes series. Mist has widened the gap to 24-21. This is a total nightmare for the higher seed. A huge breath of air for the higher seed right here. Just a glimpse of that top tier skill we expect from him. Mist barely keeps the lead at 24-23. Vortex looks completely locked back into the server. Vortex is simply refusing to back down today. Mist holds a 2-point cushion at 25-23. He just completely broke through that historical wall. You can't believe it after seeing how dominated he's been in the past. What a performance. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Aster taking on the heavily favored Vortex in today's duel. Vortex has practically owned this rivalry, winning 17 of their last 19 meetings. I mean, it's hard to ignore that level of mental dominance when you're facing a player who knows exactly how to beat you. Aster definitely needs to find a different way to approach this one. Unbelievable! That was a complete slugfest, and Aster somehow claws out a victory with a sliver of health remaining. We're all squared up now. Vortex is finally feeling the pressure. Vortex looks sharp today with that 30-5 record. Vortex edges ahead, putting the pressure on Aster now. Hard to shake those ghosts from their last encounter. It's a total toss-up right now, which is surprising given how much Aster usually struggles in this particular matchup. Vortex maintains a slim lead heading into round 7. He's really showing why he's currently rank 4 on the ladder. Absolute deadlock now as Aster makes it 4 apiece. Despite that ranking gap, he's really holding his own today. Aster has really seized the momentum, building a nice cushion here after taking a few in a row. That was effortless. He's simply not letting up now. He is simply refusing to let the favorite breathe right now. Vortex answers back quickly to close the gap as we approach the switch. Crucial to keep the game within reach before the side switch. It's a 6-6 deadlock at the break. Well, Aster is making a huge statement by taking this match to a stalemate. He's playing way above his expected level against the top 4 seed right now. Clean slate for the second half. Vortex claims a single round advantage as we start round 13. He's really capitalizing on that elite consistency we've seen all afternoon. Aster has a much higher success rate on this specific map. It's really surprising to see him struggling when he historically knows these angles so well. The question is whether he can stop this slide before it's too late. Vortex completely shuts him down from the box to push his lead to 10. The gap in ratings is starting to feel very apparent. He manages to knock him off the Tetris to claw one back. A bit of an unexpected turn given those recent match results. Aster simply refuses to buckle, picking him off the box for another win. The momentum is shifting in a big way right now. He's completely on fire, taking control from the box to keep this rally alive. Vortex stops the rally with a crisp burst to regain his footing. His dominance in this series has been a recurring theme. Absolute perfection from Vortex, moving him a single round away from victory. Aster is staying incredibly composed, shutting down that match point attempt with an effortless play. What a finish! Vortex seals the deal with a lightning fast shot to claim the match. Aster really pushed the pace today and nearly forced a huge upset. He just couldn't close out that final push. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the arena. Aster and Mist are ready to face off to see who takes the win. Aster has a 71% win rate on this map, showing a deep familiarity with the lines of sight here. I mean, that experience is probably why he's historically crushed this specific matchup. Now it's just a matter of seeing if that consistency holds up today. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. The higher rated player is proving why he entered as the favorite. Mist has a high volume of games under his belt, but he's just not finding any answers for Aster right now. He's looking much sharper than he did against Vortex. Aster just pulled ahead, leaving Mist trailing by 1. It's a toss-up right now, considering how they just traded on orange. Absolute deadlock now. They're tied up at 3 apiece. The underdog is truly stepping up today. We're seeing a lot of quick exchanges here. These players are reacting almost instantly to one another. Aster has a massive lead in their overall head-to-head history with 301 total wins. It makes a lot of sense that we're seeing that confidence translate into a lead right now. He looks completely settled into the pace of this match. A complete stalemate as Aster and Mist hit 5. Mist is proving that those previous losses were just a warm-up. Aster just managed to disrupt Mist's momentum right as we approach the half. He's a bit of a struggle today, with 12 losses over his last 24 rounds. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, this is far tighter than expected given the betting lean towards Mist. Let's see if Aster can maintain his composure and slide into a lead in the second half. Aster edges forward with a narrow lead of 7-6. His overall win rate is considerably higher than his opponents across those thousands of matches. Mist makes quick work of the ramp, taking control of the series for the first time today. We're essentially looking at the coin flip now. Mist has managed to claw ahead to an 8-7 lead. Slipping a bit right now after that tough series against Vortex. And just like that, Aster levels the playing field at 8-8. An incredibly fast response to lock that down. Aster is really starting to build some momentum here, putting the pressure back on Mist. He's definitely taking advantage of that rating edge right now. He's simply too fast right now, extending that run to 3 straight. The ladder gap between them is small, but he's playing the part of the alpha. Mist answers back immediately with a crisp shot to keep things interesting. He's really putting the squeeze on Mist here, moving himself within striking distance of a victory. Aster just wipes him off the box, putting himself a single round away from the victory. He really seems to have a mental edge in this rivalry. Unreal, he closed through that chaos to survive with a sliver of health and secure the match. That was just wild. To see him shut it down after that early struggle shows some real grit. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Vortex taking on Mist on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Mist came out firing and took control of the ramp to secure the first round. Hard to forget that his most recent clash ended in a close victory. Vortex uses that elevation on the ramp to fire back and tie things up. Things have generally gone very well for him in this rivalry. Mist is really putting on the pressure and taking advantage of that ramp again. A huge confidence boost for the underdog right now. Vortex has historically dominated this pairing with 42 head-to-head wins, so seeing the high-rated favorite fall behind like this is quite unexpected. It's a total reversal of the script we've seen in their past meetings. Unbelievable, he almost didn't make it out of that exchange, surviving by the skin of his teeth. He's been in blistering form with 29 wins today. Dead heat now, both players are sitting at 3. He's making a strong case for that rank 4 spot on the ladder. A completely effortless round as he keeps the streak alive. It looks like he's finally finding his footing here. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, picking up another one to extend the lead. The gap in their skill levels is becoming apparent. Another effortless round for him, putting a real grip on the match. It's tough for Mist to recover after a day like this. A total shutdown there as he continues to narrow this gap. That was an incredibly fast exchange to break the flow. Vortex was too quick for him, simply picking Mist right off the ramp. The difference in experience is showing throughout this set. We're heading into the break with Vortex leading 8-4. Well, the higher seeded player is definitely showing why he entered as the favorite. That 5-round burst really gave him the momentum he needed. Time to see if Mist adapts. Vortex has stayed in a fantastic groove today, sitting at 29-5 in his total matches. And that level of confidence is really translating to this specific series. He's effectively neutralized Mist's early resistance to put himself in a great position here. A lightning fast flick as he secures his 3rd straight point. Mist finds a way to scramble back into the game from the ramp. He's clearly refusing to be intimidated by that ranking gap. A complete shutdown of that attempt, putting him just a single point away from victory. The top seed is simply too composed in this series. What a way to close it out. He shuts the door with one final shot to seal the victory. He's just too dominant against him, adding another notch to that huge head-to-head lead. A total blowout here. Welcome to Redline. We've got Aster and Vortex facing off today, with the heavy favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Aster starts strong, picking Vortex right off those boxes to open things up. He has a massive lead in their overall head-to-head history. Vortex is just not finding any cover today and is really struggling to get his feet under him. He's simply too fast today, extending the lead to 3-0. The high rating for Vortex just isn't translating into results. Vortex finally finds his mark, showing some real grit to get back on the board. Aster is maintaining a high 67% win rate on this specific map. It's a stark contrast to the historical head-to-head where he's usually heavily outclassed. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this specific advantage. They both fought for the high ground here, but Aster managed to clear that ramp out just in time. He's having a tough time this afternoon after those wins against Mist. That was a completely effortless shot by Vortex, who is showing a lot of heart in this set. Vortex is refusing to go away, landing another huge shot to keep the pressure on. The pressure is mounting on the leader to close this gap. Unbelievable! Vortex has completely flipped the script and brings us level at 5-5. The momentum shift feels complete for the heavy favorite. Aster finds his footing again to reclaim a slim advantage. Vortex has been absolutely crushing it today with that 30-5 record. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the script has been thrown out the window. He's refusing to be intimidated by that 18-2 career deficit and is playing like the top dog right now. Let's see who adjusts better here. Vortex has put together an incredible 35 run over the last day. I mean, it's just wild to see that level of confidence translate into a struggle here. He's clearly fighting his own expectations at this point. Aster is really putting on a clinic here, just sweeping him right off the ramp. It's quite a turnaround, considering how bad the head-to-head looks. Aster is pulling away now, sitting comfortably at 9-6. Just a glimpse of why he's sitting in that top 4 spot. Aster is simply dominant, stretching this to 10-6. Vortex tried to contest that high ground, but Aster was simply too quick to react. Total reversal of what usually happens in these matchups. He's just untouchable right now, securing another round to put himself one step away from victory. What a finish! Aster closes it out with a perfect final sequence to secure the victory. He completely shut down that early momentum to secure a huge result against the top 3 player, just a total shift in power. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on Italy today with Aster and Mist facing off in a fast-paced duel. Aster holds a massive advantage in their overall head-to-head, winning over 68% of the time they've met. It's a psychological edge that makes a difference in a high-pressure duel. We'll see if Mist can finally flip the script today. Unreal. He almost went down, but somehow manages to secure the third straight win. What a response from Mist, putting a complete stop to that opening onslaught. The underdog is finally starting to show some teeth. He is refusing to back down, clawing right back into this match. The gap is closing fast despite the early lead. Total lockdown Mist completely shuts him out to even the score. Hard to believe we're staring at a completely dead heat. The turnaround is complete. He's now in full control of the series. He's simply not letting up, adding another 5-round swing to his tally. Absolutely untouchable right now, pushing the lead to a 3-round gap. He's just in a different league right now, putting up a 7th consecutive win. A wild exchange ends in another point for the leader, who is simply refusing to drop his pace. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is holding his ground exactly as expected. He really put the pressure on with that 8-round run to secure this cushion. Time for a fresh start. Aster holds a commanding career win rate of 67%. It's a level of experience that usually allows him to stay calm even when facing a deficit. Now he's trying to use that veteran poise to climb back into this series. Another efficient kill of a round for Mist, who looks completely steady right now. He puts a stop to that brief momentum shift, picking up another point to widen the gap. The odds are looking very different than where we started. Mist is cruising with a comfortable 10-7 lead. He's clearly feeling the weight of that 13-9 loss from earlier. He barely walked away from that exchange, surviving on a sliver of health. That was an absolute nail-biter for the finish. That was an incredibly fast exchange, purely a matter of who clicked first. That's a huge round for Mist, placing him just one victory away from the win. And there it is. A flawless final shot secures the victory for Mist. It's a huge result for the man on the server today, finally shaking off those recent losses with a dominant showing. Welcome to Berserk League. We're on Dunes today for a clash between Vortex and Mist, where the favorite looks very strong. What a scramble! Both of them were shredded, but Mist managed to claw out the first round. Vortex has dominated this head-to-head in the past, winning 43 of their matches. But the current score is telling a completely different story. It will be interesting to see if the rating gap eventually helps the favorite close this gap. A sudden shift in the air as he takes full control of the early game. A tough start for the 4th ranked player today. A crisp reaction here, and he proves he's not going down without a fight. He's finally starting to put his superior ranking on display. He's found a way to keep his composure and claw back into this. We're seeing the high seed start to lean on that experience. Mist is really putting the pressure on at 4-2. Mist really needs this cushion given his recent struggles today. An incredibly clean shot that puts him back in the fight. The higher seed is finally starting to find some footing. Vortex has put up a massive 29-6 record in the last day, but he's really struggling to translate that heat into this specific series. It's a strange contrast given how well he's been performing against the rest of the lobby. He's refusing to buckle, pulling this closer and cutting the lead down to 2. Looking a bit more comfortable now that the pressure's eased off. A total shutdown on that one, and he's really making a charge as we head into the break. We're all square at 6 apiece. It's essentially a coin flip right now. Mist is showing some great grit, but the high seed still has plenty of time to pull away. Fresh start for both of them. Mist edges ahead by 1, holding the slight advantage. A huge performance from Mist, especially given the usual results in this pairing. He's showing incredible toughness, erasing that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. This fight is turning into a complete toss-up. He's simply outclassing him right now, securing a second straight for a huge lead shift. What a desperate scrap. He barely survives that exchange to secure a 3rd straight win. That is a devastating swing in the momentum. Unreal. Both of them were absolutely shredded in that exchange, but he barely walks away with a sliver of health. Pure chaos, and we're deadlocked at 9-9. Mist is refusing to be intimidated by the ranking difference. An effortless flick to reclaim the lead, showing some real grit from the favorite. A gritty exchange of shots here, but he secures another win to keep the pressure high. He looks increasingly comfortable as the match reaches its climax. He's simply on another level right now, cruising to a huge advantage as he searches for the final round. The gap in talent is starting to look like a mountain. He isn't letting the series end without a fight, securing a clutch point to keep his hopes alive. Absolutely flawless. Vortex closes it out with an effortless shot to take the victory. Mist really pushed him to the limit this time, making that victory feel a lot harder than it should have been. What a fight! Welcome everyone. Esther and Vortex are stepping into the arena today to see who comes out on top. Vortex has won 18 of their last 21 encounters, so he really should be in total control of this match. Despite that history, the early lead for Esther makes this a much tighter contest than the head-to-head suggests. We'll see if Vortex can pivot and reclaim his dominance. He's just not letting up. That's 3 straight for Aster. Vortex is feeling the pressure despite being a top 5 player. Aster is simply on another level right now, completing a perfect start to the set. That's a rough way to start for the 4th ranked player on the ladder. Vortex finally answers back with a crisp shot to hold the momentum. Unbelievable. He claws back into this one with a handful of health left. The favorite is finally shaking off those early nerves. What a turnaround. He's now taken 3 in a row to close the gap. This looks exactly like the dominant form we expected from him. Total parity now. He surged back from the deficit to bring us level. He's certainly playing like the higher rated player now. He's absolutely on fire, claiming his 5th straight to finally take the lead. The momentum has completely flipped in a matter of minutes. What a scramble! Aster digs deep to secure the fight, hanging on by a mere sliver of health to tie things up. A complete reset as we head toward the break. Aster pulls ahead by 1 in a sudden swing. He looks much more comfortable here than he did against Mist. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, it's surprising to see the number 4 seed struggling this much. Aster is proving he can hang with the top dogs on this specific map. Fresh sight, fresh... Aster is just reacting faster today, taking out Vortex from the ramp to grab a narrow lead. It's a stark contrast to how his match against Mist went. Aster is playing at a significantly higher level here, boasting a 71% win rate on the map. It's a huge contrast from his previous struggles today. He seems to have completely neutralized the rating gap in this set. Aster has a solid 2-round cushion now. He's truly shaking the rankings up right now. Aster is putting a real grip on this one and looking like the better player in this series. Both players were trading heavy hits in that exchange, but he manages to outlast the struggle. He is fighting back to prove the rankings right. He's showing a lot of grit, clearing Aster off the ramp for another point. His accuracy is finally returning as the pressure mounts. He keeps the momentum going with a spotless play to bring the tally level. Aster steps up with a clean finish to regain the lead. It's a completely different story than their previous meetings. Total shutdown there. He's now just a single round away from the victory. It's a tough spot for a top 5 player to be in. Vortex stays calm in a prolonged exchange to keep his hopes alive. The experience of a veteran player is really starting to surface. Total chaos in the servers right now. Pure nerve from both players to push it to a dead heat. This series is just a coin flip now. Neither one can put a real stranglehold on the match. The match is mirroring a pattern we saw in their recent Red Line clash. Esther has completely shifted the momentum here, putting the pressure right back on his opponent. The momentum's shifting, despite those 29 wins in his last 35 matches. Vortex is refusing to go away, shutting down the exchange without taking a single point of damage. That was a remarkably efficient way to shut down that push. What a stand! He's completely erased the difference in the score. Absolutely zero breathing room left for either of them now. What a scrap! He manages to outlast that chaotic exchange and moves within a single round of the victory. He's completely locked into a focused rhythm right now. What a finish! He closes out the series in style to secure the victory. He really had to dig for it, surviving those close scrapes to keep the game in his pocket. Aster pushed him to the absolute limit today. What a grind! Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Esther and Mist facing off on Mappas to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Esther really holds a commanding historical lead with 302 wins against Mist. It's clear the experience edge is there, but that history isn't always a guarantee. I wonder if the early momentum helps Esther close the gap this time. Esther's pushing ahead with a slim 2-1 lead. A nice call back to his recent win on Italy P. Aster is really putting on the pressure now, looking to build some serious distance early on. He's definitely playing better than his recent 50% form suggests. Mist fights back hard to keep it 3-2. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now. And we are completely deadlocked at 3-all. A tough stretch for him, especially after that defeat on Italy P. Esther is starting to tighten the grip on this series, making it a tight race again. The higher rated player is starting to show his class. Aster is currently sitting at a 62% win rate on this map, and honestly, that's a huge part of why he's looking so comfortable right now. It's almost like he's just found his second win after that tough start to the day. Now we just have to see if Mist can snap this slide. Aster's on a roll, pushing the lead to 6-4. He's certainly making a statement after that earlier head-to-head defeat. Mist is starting to look quite lost here, as the momentum completely shifts in favor of Esther. His game is certainly showing through relative to his poor run today. Aster holds a 7-5 lead going into the break, and honestly, the underdog is putting up a strong fight here. He's keeping the pressure high to stay ahead of the favorite. Time for a clean slate. A frantic scramble that ends with Mist coming out on top, showing a lot of heart to stay in this. A huge swing in confidence for the challenger right now. He's simply refusing to back down, securing another flawless round to tie things up. This is exactly why the pre-game predictions were so high for this matchup. What a surge! He's completely flipped the script and takes a narrow lead. He's completely on the last 4 exchanges. Asta manages to hold that slide, bringing the series back to a deadlock. Both players have struggled quite a bit over the last day. He just wouldn't let the momentum slide, picking his opponent right off the ramp. A lightning-fast reaction there as the challenger continues his climb back into the series. Mist takes control, edging ahead 10-9. The top 20 placement is really starting to matter here. Mist controls the pace from the ramp, continuing this impressive run of resilience. The gap in skill isn't showing in the scoreline today. The pendulum is swinging back and forth every single round now, keeping this absolutely nail-biting. We've officially reached the limit of regulation. If someone can't close this out in the next 2 rounds, we're heading to overtime. What a performance! He's completely turned the tide to put himself on match point. The pressure is really mounting on the top-seeded player. Absolute chaos. Aster manages to force the deadlock, and we are headed straight into overtime. Purely down to a knife edge now. Unbelievable, he just blew through that exchange without taking a single point of damage. Just a sheer flash of brilliance to secure that lead. Absolute deadlock. After all that fighting, neither one can find a way to break the other's spirit. Aster is really starting to reclaim the momentum here, putting himself in a great spot to wrap this up. An absolute stunner of a shot. He earns the equalizer in a blink of an eye. That was a blistering trade to bring this back to a tie. He's just too sharp, shutting down that attempt at a run to move within a single round of victory. Unbelievable. Mist closes it out with a stunning finish to secure the victory. He really dug deep to close that out in overtime, defying the odds against a powerhouse like Aster. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels! Vortex and Mist are ready to go head-to-head on Orange to see who takes the win. Vortex holds a massive advantage in the history of this matchup, winning 86% of their past battles. It's a staggering gap that has followed them into today's server. And seeing that early lead, it looks like the psychological weight is firmly on Mist's shoulders. He's completely taking over this opening set, securing another lightning-fast kill. What a scrap! He manages to scrape through that firefight and keeps the perfect start going. The skill difference is on full display early on. Finally, a round for Mist, who manages to trade out and secure the point. A much-needed breath of air for Mist. He is completely shutting things down now, securing a second straight point to stay in the fight. The early favorites are finally feeling some pressure. Vortex has been on a tear today, putting up a 29-5 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this server. He looks incredibly comfortable right now, so it's really on Mist to find some answers before this slips away. He's refusing to back down, winning a gritty exchange to close the gap. He's clearly found a way to challenge the favorite here. Absolutely electric. He's completely wiped out at early deficit and forced a deadlock. Unbelievable. He barely survives that bloodbath to keep the streak rolling into the break. The momentum shift is truly staggering right before we head into the break. Mist heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, this is a complete reversal of what we expected to see. The lower rated player is actually outplaying the favorite right now. Fresh start for both of them. He's looking stronger by the second, showing some serious grit as he extends this lead. It's a complete reversal of the expected roles today. Vortex gets back on the board with an effortless shot, showing some real persistence here. He's really digging in now, putting together a pair of rounds to close the gap. What a turn of events! He's now fully erased that early deficit to bring the game back to a dead heat. The top-seeded player is finally making his presence felt. He's completely unstoppable right now, taking his 5th straight round to claim the lead. He's finally playing to his higher seed. Simply a wall of precision right now, extending the streak to 5 while leaving the opponent completely stunned. He just can't be stopped, extending this runaway run to 6 straight. He's really asserting himself as the top seed in this series. A complete shutout as he continues this incredible surge, putting himself on the verge of victory. A quick reaction from Mist to put a temporary halt to that dominant run. Just enough of a spark to keep the hope alive. What a finish! He closes out the series with an effortless shot to secure the win. He just completely reclaimed his territory after that scary stretch in the middle. Mist really fought for his life there. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Vortex are facing off on Italy today, with Vortex entering as the heavy favorite. Vortex has been utterly dominant in this rivalry with 19 head-to-head wins. It's a stark contrast to Aster's high win rate on this specific map. We have to see if that map expertise can finally break this losing streak. Vortex is building some serious momentum here at 2-1. Vortex is just too sharp right now, quickly putting a cushion between himself and Aster. He is bringing that top 5 energy to the server today. Vortex is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. He's definitely feeling the effects of that strong recent run. That was a perfect reaction to secure another point and keep the pressure on. That was a lightning quick transition of power. Sensationally fast reflex. He's refusing to go away, clawing back a second straight point. Vortex has looked incredibly sharp throughout the day with a 35 record in his recent matches. So yeah, that confidence is clearly translating into this series as he shuts down Aster's attempt at a comeback. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can find an answer here. What a rapid response! He's refusing to let this game slide and is chipping away at that deficit. He catches him from the wine, putting the pressure back on the leader. We go into the break tied at 6-6, and honestly this is way closer than we expected. Aster is holding his own despite the huge skill gap in their rankings, and he's playing like the underdog who can actually pull this off. Let's see who blinks first. Vortex edges ahead by a single point now. He really looks like the number 4 seed right now. What a display of poise! Aster walks away completely unscathed to bring things level. He's absolutely raising the gap we expected at the start. Unreal, both players were absolutely shredded in that exchange, but Vortex barely scraped through with his life. He's really showing that gap in the ladder rankings right now. He just keeps fighting back, and now he's completely leveled the playing field. A surprising turn of events given their history. Another effortless exchange for Aster, who keeps pushing this comeback forward. He's completely shaking off that historically difficult matchup. A total deadlock as Aster and Vortex sit tied. It's a completely different story compared to those early rounds. Vortex barely hangs onto a slender 1-point advantage. Vortex is really capitalizing on his recent form today. A harsh reality check for Aster as he gets shut down, putting his opponent firmly back in control. Vortex takes control from the wine, putting himself just 1 round away from the victory. That's exactly why he went into this as the heavy favorite. Aster is refusing to quit, securing a flawless round to keep his hopes alive. A crucial step back for the leader in this high-pressure stretch. Absolute precision from Vortex as he blasts Aster off the wine to close out the series. Aster gave everything he had, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close things out. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. Aster and Mist are ready for action, and the favorite today looks to secure a strong victory. Aster has dominated this particular head-to-head with 302 wins over his career, although the momentum has shifted recently since Mist has taken 4 of their last 5 meetings. It will be interesting to see if that new trend continues today. Aster is cruising with a 2-1 lead right now. The rankings aren't far apart, but he's looking steady right now. Aster is really starting to put on the pressure here, and Mist just can't find an answer. He's putting that higher career win rate on display. A fierce battle on the ramp, but he outshines his opponent to keep the charge going. He's certainly shaking off those recent losses right now. He's simply outclassing the competition right now, taking that exchange in an instant. He's simply not letting up, extending that streak to 5 straight. It's a stark contrast to that tight series they just finished. What a fight! Mist barely scrapes through that exchange to break the momentum. A clutch save to keep him in the game. Aster has had a rough day with that 13-23 record. It's clear he's struggling to maintain his usual standards across his matches today. With Mist now finding a way back into the series, the pressure is really starting to build on the higher rated player. He's completely reversed the flow of this map, securing another victory to keep this surge going. A crushing blow for the favorite as he lets that cushion slip away. What a scramble! He manages to secure the win from the ramp despite being nearly out of health. He needs a few more of these to really pull away. Aster holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, he's definitely defying the odds today. He looks way more comfortable on Redline than he has in his last few matches. Time to see if Mist can react. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic exchange, coming away with the win by the skin of his teeth. Pure nerves of steel to walk away from that one. Aster's just untouchable, pushing the lead to 10-4. He's really shaking off those recent struggles today. He just completely shuts things down from the ramp, taking full control of the match. He's definitely making up for those tough losses earlier in the day. Mist manages to carve out a victory in a close fight, put a dent in that lead. Mist is really heating up, taking another clean round to keep this comeback attempt alive. Goodness, what a fight! Aster somehow survives that brawl on the ramp to move within 1 round of victory. A gritty fight to get back in the driver's seat. Absolute perfection for the final blow. Aster closes it out with a flawless finish to seal the victory. He's finally stopped that downward slide. A huge relief for the veteran to get back into his groove on his favorite map. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Vortex taking on Mist in a match where the favorite looks very strong. Vortex has absolutely dominated this specific pairing, winning 87% of their historical head-to-head bouts. It's no surprise to see that superiority translate into a quick first round win. I'm curious to see if Mist can find any way to break that cycle today. Mist earns the response he needed right here, quickly picking off Vortex from the box. That's a tough look for Mist after that earlier loss to Aster. Vortex is cruising right now with a commanding 3-1 lead. Vortex is just relentless, pushing the lead to 4-1. He really looks like the rank 4 seed we expected today. A totally clean exchange here as he refuses to back down. That was a lightning fast return to the server for Mist. He's showing a lot of heart, picking up another round to keep this series tight. The lead is slipping away fast. Unbelievable, we're all square at 4 apiece after that stunning run of 3 straight rounds. The underdog is fully awake now. A crisp reaction from Vortex to regain the lead. Vortex has been putting up a staggering 35 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a ton of confidence into this series. If he keeps up this pace, Mist might not have a way back into this one. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, the map win rates are almost identical for these two, so the even score makes a lot of sense. I'll be watching to see if Mist can hold this pace. New sides, brand new energy. Vortex just barely edges ahead to take a 7-6 lead. A stark contrast to the struggling form his opponent has shown today. A total shutout here as Mist secures the tie, refusing to let his opponent pull away. Vortex grabs the lead back with an 8-7 advantage. Vortex is really putting his superior rating on display right now. Mist continues to show incredible grit, leveling the playing field at 8-8. Vortex pulls ahead once more to reach 9. His recent form is exactly what you'd expect from a top 5 player. Vortex asserts his control and pushes the gap to 10-8. The difference in those ratings is really starting to show. He's truly taking over this game, extending the run to 3 straight. His current form is just on another level compared to Mist's last few outings. What a response from Mist, shut down his opponent instantly to keep the fight alive. The momentum is shifting as he puts together another win to narrow the gap. He's completely shifted the energy in these last few exchanges. What a run. He's completely wiped out the deficit to force a deadlock. Hard to believe we're looking at a complete deadlock right now. He simply cannot be stopped right now, taking full control of the map to put himself 1 point away from victory. What a finish! He closes out the series and completes a massive climb back to the top. To think we've just seen an upset like that, he completely defied the odds to break a massive losing streak in this matchup. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone! We're on Fast Aim today for a match between Esther and the heavily favored Vortex. Esther gets an early look at the lead, catching Vortex right off the wine box to open things up. Tough way to start for the top 4 seed. Esther just shut him down on the ramp, continuing this surprisingly strong start. Vortex has a staggering 23 lifetime lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear the top seed knows exactly how to handle his opponent. Now we see if Esther can push this beyond a few early rounds. Esther is just dominating with a 4-1 lead. We're seeing a completely different story than that 13-10 loss earlier. Vortex looks completely unbothered here, putting up a clean fight to narrow the gap. A quick adjustment from the higher rated side of this pairing. That's a fast reaction to put another one on the board for Vortex. The pressure is mounting for the lower seeded player here. Aster still holds a 2-round cushion at 5-3. Aster looks quite comfortable on this specific map. Esther has a 66% win rate on this specific layout. That map edge is clearly outweighing the rating gap for now. With this run of rounds, the underdog is looking like the one in control. Aster's just cruising now, pulling ahead to a 7-4 lead. A stark contrast to how things went for him against Mist earlier. Esther takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, he's completely defied the odds so far. He's played the number 4 seed into a corner and looks far more confident than anyone expected coming into this game. Time for the side swap. Vortex just couldn't find any cover on that ramp, and Esther wastes no time putting another round in the bank. A massive shift in momentum, considering how high Vortex sits in our ratings. Esther just can't be stopped. He's completely crushed the momentum with this run, and he's playing with a huge amount of energy right now. Esther is just running away with it at 10-5. Vortex is certainly making his class felt now. Esther is simply not letting up, putting a huge amount of distance between himself and Vortex right now. Vortex has been on fire today, but he's struggling to find a way through. He just completely shuts down the attempt at a comeback to put himself on the verge of victory. What a finish! He closes it out from the ramp to secure the victory. Just a complete reversal of their history here. Esther really came out and played the game of his life today. Welcome to the arena. We've got a great matchup today as Esther takes on Mist for this 1v1 showdown. Esther has this map completely figured out with a 71% win rate. It's a massive contrast to how Mist has struggled to find a foothold here historically. We'll see if Mist can shake that pattern early on. Aster is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's looking for a repeat of that close game against Vortex earlier today. Mist is really feeling the pressure here as he's struggling to keep pace with Aster's early aggression. Aster is just dominating this series, 4 rounds up. He's certainly playing like the favorite side today. He's absolutely steaming through this, claiming 3 straight to extend his lead. He's firmly in the driver's seat after their previous clash on red line. The pressure is just too much for Mist right now as he's completely swept aside. A fast reaction from Mist secures the response. He's definitely fighting for that underdog status today. Mist is really starting to turn the tide here, punishing Aster for playing a bit too high on the ramp. Aster has historically dominated his head-to-head, leading the overall score 300 and 143. That huge gap in confidence seems to be weighing on Mist. Well, it's going to take a really strong effort from the lower-rated player to claw back into this game. Aster heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. I mean, everything about his start points to a huge upset. He's simply outplaying the favorite, making a short day of it so far. Fresh start for Mist, now. Aster is simply too quick, catching Mist right as he tried to hold that high ground. He's looking completely untouchable against a rival currently sitting at rank 24. Aster is simply too quick, just picking Mist right off the box. This is a nightmare scenario for someone who had won 4 of their last 5 meetings. Absolutely effortless for Aster, who now stands on the verge of victory. He's really living up to the hype in this series. Mist manages to nail the shot, taking Aster right off the box to keep the fight going. A gutsy play to push back a bit of the momentum. Unbelievable. He claws out the victory from the brink, surviving with just a sliver of health left. He is really digging deep to stay in this. Game over. Aster shuts the door and secures a decisive victory. He's just on another level right now, putting on a clinical display from start to finish. Welcome everyone, we've got Vortex and Mist facing off on orange, with a clear favorite looking to dominate this match. Absolute chaos in the opening exchange, but Vortex barely edges out the win after a frantic firefight. Vortex is currently sitting in the top 5 on our ladder, while Mist is trailing way back at rank 25. It's interesting to see that gap effectively vanish in these first 2 exchanges. It'll be a huge mental test to see if Vortex can lean on that high rating to pull ahead. A deadlock at 2 apiece, and things are heating up. The head-to-head history heavily favors the top seed here. Vortex is starting to pull ahead, showing a lot of confidence in those quick opening exchanges. Vortex is really running away with this, leading 4-2. The gap in their overall experience is definitely showing right now. The momentum is swinging entirely toward the top seed now as he picks up another one. Simply untouchable right now. It's a 4-round tier to put him firmly in control. Mist manages to win a tough duel to narrow the lead to 6-3. Vortex has historically dominated this pair with a staggering 45-8 record in their meetings. Well, he's clearly looking to re-establish that authority after Mist managed to snatch a victory in their most recent duel. Now, we just have to see if Mist can find any answer to this current momentum. Vortex heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. It's a clean start that aligns perfectly with how this matchup looked on paper. He's really taking advantage of his superior ranking here. Time for a fresh start. Mist catches him right there on the ramp to keep this contest interesting. He's definitely feeling the pressure after those tough losses to Aster today. He's showing some serious grit here, picking up another quick round to stay in the hunt. He's on fire. Another perfect round for Mist, who has completely shifted the energy of this match. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seed now. Vortex answers back quickly to reclaim a 2-round lead. That's a strong bounce back after his recent trouble against Aster. Both players are just trading blows at this point. He's refusing to let this slip away just yet. Vortex holds a slim 2-round edge as we move on. That consistency is a huge part of why he sits so high on our rating. An incredibly crisp shot there by Mist to cut the deficit down to a single round. It's getting harder for the top seed to put this away. Vortex is refusing to let this slide, extending his lead just as we approach the finish line. Mist is showing a lot of heart, shutting things down completely to bring this game even closer. Unbelievable. Mist has completely wiped away the deficit to bring us level. The script for this match has completely flipped on its head. He's simply untouchable right now, moving within a single point of closing this out. What a finale! He closes out this series with a perfect shot to take the victory. Coming back from that deficit was just phenomenal. He really defied all those historical stats to pull off the massive upset. He had to work for that. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Aster and Vortex are facing off on Italy, with the favorite looking to dominate this match. Vortex holds a massive 20-4 lead in their head-to-head history. It's a staggering gap, but Aster is coming off a strong win against him in their most recent meeting. We'll see if the underdog can keep that specific confidence going. Vortex is pulling ahead, now leading 2-1. He's really making a name for himself with that 27-8 record today. Vortex is starting to really put the pressure on here, securing a nice lead early on. He just shuts things down from the wine, extending that streak to 3. The higher seed is definitely finding his form right now. What a response! Aster just extinguished that momentum instantly with a lightning-fast shot. He's showing some serious grit, picking up another effortless win to tighten the gap. A massive shift from the expected dynamic today. Aster just picks him right off the wine to completely even the score. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite here. He's completely taken over this match, taking a lead for the first time today. The momentum is completely flipped in his favor. He's on absolute fire right now, claiming another effortless point to keep the run going. Unbelievable. He's just completely overtaken the match, heading into the break with a huge amount of momentum. Aster holds an 8-4 lead heading into the swap. This is a total reversal of what we expected to see. It looks like those high map stats for Aster are actually paying off today. Time for Vortex to find an answer. Vortex has been incredibly consistent today, putting up a 27-8 record so far. It's a strong showing, and we're seeing that composure come back now as he tries to erase this deficit. He'll need a few more rounds like that to flip the script. Absolute chaos there. Vortex barely scrapes through with his life, but he keeps this climb alive. He's really clawing his way back into this one. He's completely erased that deficit, leveling the series with a total wipeout. The deadlock is back, and the pressure is equal on both ends. He is simply untouchable right now, cruising into a lead with 5 straight. Vortex is finally playing up to his seeding. What a fight! Aster refuses to go down, bringing this series back to a deadlock. This is exactly the kind of fight we expected from the underdog. Vortex keeps the pressure high, delivering another high-impact play to hold a 1-point advantage. What a clutch fight! Aster claims the advantage from the wine to bring this match all the way back to a draw. Neither player is blinking in this dead heat. He's showing incredible resilience, stepping back into the lead with another effortless round. The underdog is putting the top seed in a very tough spot. He's simply not slowing down, taking a brutal fight to push himself to match point. Pure precision from the underdog in these final moments. He's refusing to give up, keeping the pressure high as he forces this match to stay alive. He simply cannot let this slide into a defeat. Vortex strikes a massive blow, picking him off the wine to force this game into overtime. What a statement! He's completely seized control of this overtime period with 3 straight wins. He is showing exactly why the rankings placed him so high. He is on a tear right now, making it 4 straight for the higher seed. It's a total lockdown from the higher seed. Vortex is simply too fast, strolling into a massive advantage as he nears a total victory. Absolute perfection to close it out. Vortex stormed past the finish line to claim the victory. He had to dig deep in that second half to shake off the rust, but his experience really showed through. That's a massive grind of a victory. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Redline. We have Aster and Mist facing off today to see who comes out on top. Aster starts strong by utilizing that ramp for a great angle. He definitely knows how to get the better of this opponent. Both players fought for the high ground this time, but Mist had the faster reaction. He's fighting to avenge that heavy 5-13 loss from their last series. Aster holds a massive lead in the head-to-head over the long term with 304 total wins, but the historical numbers can be deceiving given that Mist has actually taken 4 of their last 5 encounters. It will be interesting to see if that recent momentum can outweigh the all-time gap. Mist really has the upper hand right now, taking control of the tempo. He's really fighting the underdog label today. A blink and it's over. He's just too quick for Aster right now. Tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. A chaotic exchange on the ramp, but Aster manages to survive the duel. He's sitting in the upper half of our rating right now. Mist is really capitalizing on that elevation right now, keeping the pressure on Aster. He's looking really comfortable despite that lower rank. Mist just takes another one from the ramp. His hold over this series is growing by the minute. He's certainly shaking off that tough loss from their previous encounter. Aster is refusing to go away, securing a perfect round to cut the gap. He's definitely trying to close that gap before the break. Mist has been really inconsistent today with only 10 wins in his last 25 games. So yeah, that makes his current lead even more impressive. It shows he's playing some of his best footage of the day right now. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's holding his ground exactly as the betting outlook predicted. Aster has a much better map win rate here, but he'll need to tighten up to turn this around. Time to swap sides. He earns a gritty victory here, keeping the pressure high as he claws back into this game. He's fighting back with everything he's got to force a tie. Mist extends the lead to 8-6 with ease. He's really showing a different side to their matchup tonight. Mist is running away with this, now sitting at 9-6. Aster finds his marks from the ramp to pull within 2. He's definitely finding some stability after that shaky start to the second half. He's not letting up a bit, securing a seamless second round to narrow the gap further. Absolute perfection. He's completely wiped the floor with his opponent to lock the series at 9-all. A quick reaction from Mist to regain the lead. The momentum shifts just as Aster was starting to feel in control. Mist is really putting a grip on this match, stacking up those wins when they matter most. Aster clears the way by picking him off the ramp, refusing to let the deficit get any larger. The high-ranked player needs to keep this pace to pull ahead. He's simply not shaken, completely equalizing this series after that early deficit. It's an absolute deadlock heading into the final stretch. What a shift in power! Aster puts the pressure on with another victory from the ramp to reach match point. Incredible! Aster completes the comeback and secures the victory! Mist really pushed him to the limit, but the experience showed in those final moments. He just couldn't seal the deal. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Mappas. Vortex and Mist are ready to battle it out to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Vortex holds a huge lead in their head-to-head history with 45 wins. It's clear the higher-rated player is asserting that dominance early. We just have to see if Mist can translate a recent victory over him into a proper comeback here. Mist is really finding his footing here, using that ramp elevation to stay one step ahead. Deadlock at 2 apiece as we head into round 4. Vortex is looking sharp after that strong showing against Aster earlier. Vortex just edges ahead, claiming a narrow lead. He's really leaning into that 4-seed advantage. Absolute speed there. He's on a total tear now, completely shutting down any hope of a comeback. A quick reflex play there to bring the score closer. That confidence is starting to build for the rank 24 player. Vortex has put up an impressive 27 and 8 over the last 24 hours. So yeah, he's essentially playing at the top of his game right now. It'll be interesting to see if that momentum carries him to a quick win. He manages another clean get from the ramp as the gap closes to 2. He's proven he can hold his own against the favorite. Vortex is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. He's definitely showing why he's in the top 5 on the ladder. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's doing exactly what the ranking suggested. Mist is staying competitive, but the favorite is clearly the one driving the pace here. Time to switch it up. Vortex doesn't let him breathe for a second, quickly picking Mist right off those boxes. Mist is really struggling to find any consistency tonight. Vortex is simply too fast for him right now, catching Mist as he tried to use that ramp for cover. He's really making his presence felt throughout the server. Vortex extends his lead to 3, putting Mist on the defensive. Slowing the bleed just enough to keep things interesting. That's another one for Mist, who continues to grind his way back into this contest. The underdog is putting on a serious fight right now. Vortex stays in a strong spot, leading 10-7. A rapid response there to shut down any further momentum. Vortex is moving quickly now, picking up 2 straight rounds to keep the pressure on. That's a tough run for Mist, who's gone 10-26 today. Mist holds his ground on that ramp to keep the dream alive. He's determined to prove that his victory on Blame Orange wasn't a fluke. What a display of resilience as the underdog continues this charging run to bring it within 2. Vortex shuts the door on that comeback attempt, holding the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from victory. A flawless sequence there from Mist, keeping his composure as he pushes the tally back to 10. He's really clawing his way back into the server. And there it is. Vortex shuts it all down to secure the victory. He really clawed his way back from the brink, but just couldn't find that final blow. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Dunes. We have Aster and Vortex facing off today to see who can claim the victory. Vortex has been nearly untouchable in this specific rivalry, boasting an 84% win rate against Aster. It makes sense given his current status as a top 5 player on our ladder. We really need to see if Aster can find a way to break this pattern today. Vortex is cruising along with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is looking sharp, coming off a 27-8 day so far. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. Vortex is just blinking, and the round is already over. A total shutdown from the top seed, and that's 3 straight for the leader. The skill gap between these two is showing early. He is absolutely on fire, claiming another round to extend his lead. It's a mirror of that recent clash they had on Italy P. Aster reacts quicker this time, knocking him right off that box. He has a slight advantage on this map historically. Unreal. He barely survives that scrap, clutching out a second straight win to keep the pressure on. He is completely taken over now, charging back into the series with an effortless victory. Another swift victory for the leader, who looks completely comfortable right now. Vortex is maintaining a strong pace, having put up a huge 27-8 record over the last day. He's translating that confidence directly into this match. I wonder if Aster can capitalize on his higher win rate here to turn things around. Vortex takes a nice lead heading into the break at 8-4. Everything is playing out exactly as we expected. The number 4 seed is just too strong for Aster right now. Aster claws one back to make it 5-8. He's certainly proving he can hang with the number 4 seed. Vortex is just one step from closing out 9-5. The top 5 placement is definitely giving him some security out there. Aster is definitely starting to find some openings here. He's making this look a lot closer than the numbers suggest. Vortex puts the squeeze on, pushing his lead to 10-6. Vortex is truly playing like the high-ranked seed right now. Vortex is putting an incredible amount of pressure on Aster right now. He is just too clinical today. Aster is refusing to just fade away. He's fighting back and trying to narrow this gap. He's fighting out of a tough spot after that loss on Italy P. Aster is starting to put together a real run here, which is exactly what he needs to stay in the fight. Pure persistence from the 14th seed to keep this going. He's completely seized the momentum now, putting together an impressive run to pull closer. That's a massive shift in the energy of this server. Astonishing stuff. He's simply outclassing everything Vortex throws at him right now. The underdog is completely flipping the script now. Vortex shuts the door on that momentum swing, putting himself just a single round away from the victory. What a shot! Aster keeps the dream alive by completely shutting that down. Total chaos right now as the tension just hits the ceiling. What a finish! Vortex secures the final round to close out the series. He really pushed the pace there, but that final stand was just too much. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have a great duel today on Orange featuring Aster and Mist. Aster carries a huge historical lead with 305 wins over Mist in their head-to-head history. It makes a lot of sense that we're seeing him take an early lead here. We'll see if Mist can shake off his recent slump and actually push back. Aster is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is simply outperforming here. Mist is really struggling to find an answer for Aster's speed right now. The gap between these two on the ladder is showing right now. Unbelievable speed from Aster, walking away with the round without losing a single point of health. A huge response from Mist, getting a clean hit to keep the deficit manageable. A solid look at the high ground to shake things up. He's showing a lot of grit to claw his way back into this competition. Aster has that impressive 72% map win rate on this layout. Well, he's really using that familiarity to keep Mist on the back foot throughout this set. It will be tough for Mist to get back into it today. The underdog is refusing to back down, picking up another round to keep this close. He's fighting a tough battle against a top-tier opponent. What a surge from Mist, leveling the series at 5-5 as he keeps this rally going. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. Aster claws back the advantage, leading 6-5. He's definitely showing why he sits at rank 15. Aster goes into the break leading 7-5. I mean, he's really defying those pre-match expectations right now. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can flip the script after the side switch. Fresh start for both guys. It was a toss-up with both players fighting for space on the ramp, but Aster clearly had the better reaction time there. Aster is pulling far ahead now, sitting at 9-5. His recent rough patch hasn't stopped him from dominating here. He's completely in control now, ending that rally with a flawless burst to the head. Mist keeps the pressure on with a swift response to stay in the game. The underranked player is putting up a fight. Mist is simply too quick right now, catching Aster right as he stepped out onto the ramp. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite now. He's completely taken over the pace of this game with another effortless victory. He's really finding his footing after that slow start. Absolutely relentless. He's just clawing back into this match with another huge victory. What a turnaround! He's completely wiped out the deficit to even things up at 10 apiece. The favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. Absolute perfection from the underdog, and he's now 6 straight for the lead. This is getting dangerous for the higher seeded side. Another brutal exchange, but Mist manages to survive and put himself just 1 round away from victory. This is an unbelievable shift in a series that started so differently. He just needed that stop. Aster stays alive to push this right back to the edge. He's finally starting to push back against the tide. What a way to close it out. Mist secures the series with a perfect final sequence. An incredible result for the lower seed, especially given how much ground he had to make up. He really shook his opponent's confidence today. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. Vortex and Mist are ready for action, though the favorite here is definitely Vortex. Vortex enters this match with a dominating 46-9 record in their head-to-head history. The mismatch in skill is usually obvious, but Mist has already taken an early lead. Let's see if the underdog can actually make a stand today. Mist is really putting the pressure on Vortex here. Expected for a top 5 player in the league. Vortex has completely flipped the script, taking control after those first 2 rounds. Vortex is really leaning into that dominant recent form. Absolutely outclassed him this time, he's just not letting up. The top 4 seed is starting to look like the real deal. Simply unstoppable. Right now, he's just completely shut down any hope of a comeback. Mist is really feeling the weight of those 26 losses today. He just picks Mist right off the box, completing a fierce 5-round surge. This is consistent with his recent run of 27 wins today. He just sweeps another one away, knocking Mist off the box for a 6th straight win. He's looking exactly like a top 5 contender right now. Vortex clears the Tetris to secure another 7-round sequence of victories. He really has the upper hand when it comes to a direct clash. Finally, Mist answers back in a chaotic exchange to stop that run. It's a tight window for the 24th ranked player to close this gap. Vortex has a dominant 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. But it's clear that Mist is making a real fight out of this one. We'll see if these back-to-back rounds allow him to chip away at the deficit. Vortex heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, everything is going exactly according to the script. He looked way too sharp during that 7-round burst to let this slip away. That was a wild fight, but Vortex secures the duel from the air to put his lead back in a very safe spot. He's really putting that top 4 ranking on display tonight. Vortex just hits double digits to firmly grip this series. His 27 wins over the last day are proving decisive. Vortex is cruising toward a blowout with a 10-5 lead. Mist is fighting hard despite his rough 10-26 run today. Vortex is just too quick, snapping right onto Mist while he was perched up on the Tetris. His higher rating is really starting to show in these high-pressure moments. Vortex just blasted him right off the box, moving within a single round of victory. Mist is simply out of options here. What a finish! He closes it out with a final blast to secure the map victory. He just didn't give Mist any room to breathe. That's another textbook performance from the number 4 seed today. Welcome to Berserk League. Aster and Vortex are facing off on fast aim, with the favorite looking to maintain a dominant streak. Vortex has an imposing 22-4 head-to-head lead over Aster, and honestly, he's been outclassing his opponent in almost every meeting lately. It'll be interesting to see if the early lead Aster has built can actually shake that historical confidence. Vortex handles the ramp beautifully to get back into this, keeping the score tight. His recent form has been scorching with that 7 out of 10 run. We're deadlocked now with Aster and Vortex tied up. He's coming in with an incredible 27-8 record over the last day. Vortex is completely taking over now, putting another one in the books after picking Aster off the ramp. Aster quickly recovers his footing to keep this battle tight. Vortex usually manages to shut the door in these matchups. Vortex edges ahead by 1, just barely maintaining his lead. Vortex continues to look every bit the favorite here. Aster manages to shut that down, catching Vortex as he tried to push from the ramp. He's fighting an uphill battle against one of the top 5 players. Aster has surged back on top, leading 5-4. He's playing a much more disciplined game than we saw in that previous encounter. He's just totally in control now, picking up another one to keep that momentum surging. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Vortex answers back quickly to keep things competitive heading into the final round of the half. Just enough to keep this a nail-biter heading into the break. We're all set at 6-6, and honestly, Aster is proving to be a much tougher opponent than the stats suggested. He's playing the match of his life right now to keep pace with the top 4 player. Fresh start for both players. Aster puts the pressure back on with a 7-6 lead. He is really leaning into that map advantage today. Vortex answers right back, leaving them neck and neck. He's playing like the top 10 star we expected today. Aster shuts that down, effectively neutralizing the ramp and moving another step closer to a huge upset. Aster's historical success on this map is impressive, boasting a 66% win rate, and it's clearly helping him offset the skill gap here. He's refusing to let the ratings play a role in this specific set. He just needs to stay focused for another few rounds to turn this into a reality. What a scramble! He barely escapes with his life after a wild exchange to bring us even. He's certainly proving why he holds that top 5 spot on the ladder. And the tide is completely turned. That's 3 in a row for the top seed. The gap in their overall skill level is starting to show. Aster digs deep to stop the bleeding and bring us back to a dead heat. Vortex really needs to regain his composure here. Vortex is really leaning into the momentum now, putting the pressure back on Aster as the match reaches its climax. These opening exchanges are happening so fast, practically a coin flip for whoever can flick first. Absolutely crushing it. He looks untouchable right now and just needs one more to secure the win. The underdog is putting on a real clinic against the odds. Unbelievable. Aster closes it out right here to secure the victory. He just completely broke a brutal losing streak against this guy. Just a huge result for the underdog. What a match. Welcome everyone to Mapas. Esther and Mist are ready to go, and it looks like the favorite has a great chance to win. Mist strikes quickly from the ramp to secure an early lead. Unexpected start considering how Aster usually owns this matchup. Mist is really fast out of the gate, keeping the pressure on Aster early. Both players landed heavy shots, but he barely edges it out to keep this flawless run alive. A quick response here as Aster refuses to go down without a fight. He's definitely trying to prove he belongs in that favorite slot. Aster is traditionally dominant here with over 300 all-time wins against Mist, but he's clearly struggling to find a way back into this particular series. It's a worrying trend since Mist has been the one controlling their most recent encounters. I wonder if he can flip the script before this gets completely out of hand. Mist just needs one more to wrap this up 5-2. He's definitely feeling the weight of that tough 10-26 day. His composure is really starting to settle in. That's another quick one for Aster, who just can't be stopped right now. He's certainly showing why the community expected him to take this one. Unbelievable! He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. The momentum has completely shifted in a matter of minutes. Mist manages to stop the slide and reclaim the lead as we approach the break. He's really fighting through a tough set of results today. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break, and honestly, Aster is playing exactly like the 62% map favorite he is. It's a toss-up now, but the underdog looks very comfortable in this fight. Fresh start for both sides here. And he's back on top, walking away completely unscathed to take the lead. His experience in high pressure sets is really starting to show. Mist is playing with a huge amount of confidence right now, catching Aster straight off that ramp. He's managing to stay resilient despite a tough run of form lately. Mist edges ahead, holding a slim one-round advantage. Those two rounds were nearly identical in terms of timing. He's clawed his way back into a deadlock, evening the series at 8 apiece. The pressure is mounting as we hit that critical midway point. He's simply too sharp right now, strolling into a one-round lead. The gap in their overall skill levels is becoming obvious now. He is simply unstoppable at the moment, cutting through the defense to take full control of the match. He's just completely taken over this map, extending that streak to 4. The gap in their current form is looking like a mountain for Mist. Mist denies the ramp easily, keeping himself alive and well in this series. Crucial timing there to put a stop to those rapid-fire rounds. That was an effortless finish, and now Aster stands on the verge of victory. He's definitely playing his way back toward those career numbers. What a finish! Aster closes this out in style to complete the incredible comeback. He really clamped down when it counted to make sure this result went his way. Just a superior performance overall from the top seed. Welcome to Italy! We've got Vortex taking on Mist in a match where the favorite is looking to dominate. Vortex has an incredible 47-9 lead in their head-to-head history. That's a huge mountain for Mist to climb, given how struggled he's been across his last few matches. We'll see if he can find any answer to that pressure. What a fight! Both players were shredding each other, but Mist barely survives that brawl to take control. Tough break for the number 4 ranked player right now. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Really a huge contrast to his rough 927 days so far. Mist puts his nose ahead as we hit 3-2. An impressive performance from him given the gap in the ratings. Vortex is starting to exert a bit more pressure here, but he's still fighting a very stubborn opponent. Mist is really clinging to that slim 4-3 advantage. He is definitely playing with house money right now. Vortex has looked fundamentally stronger today with a 27-8 record. It's just wild to see that level of form not translating into results right now. He really needs to flip the switch before this deficit becomes insurmountable. Vortex has finally clawed back to a 5-5 stalemate. He's certainly making the most of those rankings advantages today. Vortex completely shuts him down, taking a commanding lead just before they switch sides. That was a clean sequence of rounds to build the gap. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly this is exactly how we expected the map to go. He used a strong 4-round run to seize control and keep his advantage steady. Let's see if Mist can dig in. Unbelievable! He manages to scrape through that chaotic exchange with almost nothing left in the tank. Man, that was an absolute nail-biter. He refuses to go away, surviving an absolute war of attrition to keep this series alive. Both sides have a penchant for surviving on the edge tonight. Absolutely flawless reaction to secure another point, showing some real grit to close that gap. Vortex pulls ahead again and now holds a 9-7 lead. Looking like a nightmare scenario for the rank 25 player right now. Vortex is cruising now with a healthy 3-round cushion. It's feeling like a repeat of their last encounter on Blame Map. Another effortless pick for the front runner, and he is now completely taken over this game. It is becoming a very long day for that rank 25 slot. Mist manages to find a way back into the mix with a very quick response. A fast response to keep things interesting. A quick pick from the wine puts him back in control. The gap in skill is becoming way too evident here. Game over. He closes it out in style to secure the series. He just looks way too comfortable in this matchup, practically owning the head-to-head. Mist put up a fight, but he's just outclassed. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Aster and Vortex facing off today, with Vortex entering as the clear favorite. Vortex really has the upper hand historically, with a 22-5 lead in their head-to-head history. It makes sense given how high he sits on our ladder compared to Aster. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can overcome those odds today. Vortex is comfortably cruising right now, leading 2-1. The rank 4 seed is showing that experience early. These rounds are flying by, and the momentum is firmly on the side of the favorite right now. Vortex extends his lead to 3-2 after that clash. Aster's 72% win rate on this map is starting to show. Vortex is really pulling away now at 4-2. He's put up an impressive 27 and 8 across the board today. We are seeing a bit of a seesaw battle here, as neither player can really find a way to string together a long run. Vortex has been absolutely on fire today with a record of 27-8 over the last day, and honestly, that confidence is showing in how he's controlling the pace here. If he keeps this standard up, Aster is going to find it very difficult to claw back into this. Vortex holds a strong 6-4 grip on this series. He's looking much more comfortable now after that narrow loss on fast aim. What a scramble! Both players were gasping for air, but Vortex somehow barely survives that exchange. His status as a top 5 player is proving too much for the underdog. Vortex takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. You know, he is playing exactly how we expected the favorite to perform. We'll see if Aster can make any adjustments on the other side. Fresh start for both players now. Vortex is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. The top 5 seed is really asserting himself here. Vortex is just reading him like a book, cleaning up the round, even with Aster holding the ramp. The gap in their rankings is becoming very apparent here. Vortex is back in total control, shutting down that little rally with ease. He's consistently a force among our top 7%. And now he has the match point, putting an end to that brief rally. Absolutely no room for error from Aster right now. And that's it. He closes out the map with an effortless final strike. Aster's strength on orange didn't matter today, as he just couldn't find an answer for that kind of precision. Welcome everyone, we're live on Dunes for a duel between Aster and Mist. Let's see who takes the win. Aster carries a massive historical advantage, having won 68% of their total encounters. It is a bit surprising to see the favorite start slow, given that he usually dominates this specific matchup. You have to wonder if Mist is finally figuring out a way to close the gap. Mist is really putting the pressure on, leading 2-1. Our number 14 seed is finally starting to wake up. Things are swinging back quickly. Aster has completely erased that early deficit. He really is looking strong after that high-scoring win on Mappas. Mist is playing with a lot of confidence, using that verticality to reclaim the lead. A really sharp play from that elevated angle. Mist is just cruising right now with a 4-2 lead. He's really fighting against the grain given that rankings gap. Aster closes in fast, trailing by just 1 now. The number 25 seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Mist has struggled for consistency lately with a 9-27 record over the last day. It's clear that tonight is an exception to the rule. He is playing with far more composure than we've seen from him in his recent losses. Mist keeps extending the gap to 6-4. That was an incredibly crisp exchange to take the lead. Both players were fighting for high ground, but Mist was just a split second faster in that trade. We head into the break with Mist leading 7-5. The favorite is holding his ground here. Even with a shaky 9-27 record today, he's managed to keep Aster from pulling away. Time to see who blinks first. Mist holds a firm grip with an 8-5 lead. It's a huge turnaround for Mist after that tough run against Vortex. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that exchange to knock Aster off the box. He's really playing on a razor's edge with those health totals. Mist is running away with it, now leading 9-6. It's a tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. He's refusing to go away, taking this one without taking a single hit. The gap is closing as he starts to find his footing. He's on fire right now, claiming another round and keeping this surge alive. He's really showing why he's higher in the rankings today. Unreal. A brutal slugfest that sees the series completely leveled off at 9 apiece. This has completely flipped the script from how this match started. Mist gets back in control, picking up a tidy round to regain the lead. He is certainly fighting back from that earlier defeat on Mappas. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he holds the box to force a tie at 10-all. A truly nail-biting race to the finish line. Mist takes advantage of that verticality and puts his lead back to a 2-round cushion. He puts the pressure back on, moving within a single round of victory. He's completely dismantled the projected narrative for this series. He simply refuses to fold, keeping this series alive with a flawless sequence. What an incredible surge to force the tie. We are officially heading into overtime. The pressure is maxed out for these first few rounds of OT. What a recovery! Aster shuts him down on the box and puts himself in the driver's seat. That is some serious timing to shut down the higher ground. A lightning fast response from Mist to even the score at 13-all. He's really leaning into this underdog role tonight. He's got the momentum now, making these rounds look effortless as he edges closer to a huge upset. Just a few hours ago, he was reeling from that loss on Mappas. He's just too sharp, dragging Aster off the box to stay within one round of victory. The momentum has completely shifted in his final stretch. Absolutely breathtaking. He barely survives with a sliver of health to close out the series. He really climbed the mountain to get this result, especially coming off that brutal string of losses earlier today. He just found a way to keep his cool in the overtime clash. What a game! Welcome to the arena. We have Vortex taking on Mist in a battle to see who comes out on top. Vortex is practically untouchable in their history against Mist, holding a staggering 48-9 record. And honestly, seeing the higher rated players start slow is quite a surprise given how he's been performing today. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can actually build on this early lead. Vortex claws back the lead, now sitting at 2-1. Coming in with a strong 27-8 showing over the last day. He just can't find a way around the ramp, and that makes 3 in a row for Vortex. The rank 4 player is clearly comfortable in this setup. He catches Mist on the box for another rapid win, keeping this a total shutdown. Absolutely lethal. He's just outclassing everything Mist throws his way right now. Another fast one for the front runner, who is just completely in control of the server. A complete shutout. This is an incredible run of form for the favorite. He just can't get a read on him from the ramp, pushing that streak to 8 straight. The gap in skill on the ladder is showing right now. He is just fundamentally stronger from that ramp, taking his 9th consecutive round. He's really asserting that authority as the top 5 seed. Mist finally finds an opening to put a stop to that long run before the half. A timely piece of resistance as we head into the break. Vortex takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. We are seeing exactly what the rank difference suggested. He simply outplayed Mist in almost every exchange so far. Time to see a comeback. Vortex is just way too fast. He's putting on a clinic in speed right now. That 24th spot in the rankings is feeling very lonely right now. Mist is fighting back for every single point now, refusing to just go down without a fight. Vortex puts himself in a position to close this out right now. The pressure is simply too much for the underdog to handle. What a way to finish. He secures the map with a clean victory from the Tetris. He's just completely different when he's on this map, and that's another one for the win column. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Esther and Vortex facing off on Mapas today. Vortex is the favorite here. Vortex has an absolute stranglehold on this rivalry with a 23-5 lead in their head-to-head history. It makes that opening round even more interesting since Esther is clearly not intimidated by the past. Let's see if he can actually shake that trend. Esther is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly not letting that previous 13-4 loss get in his head. They're trading rounds back and forth. This is a real deadlock right now. Vortex is certainly riding a wave of confidence right now. Vortex has finally clawed back into the lead. He's really bringing that top 5 rating to the table. He's absolutely taking over the map now, securing his 3rd straight victory. Vortex has been an absolute beast today, with 27 wins already. Aster manages to pick him off the ramp, narrowing the gap. He's fighting through a tough run after that last loss to Mist. Unreal. Vortex barely escapes with his life after dragging Aster off the ramp in that slugfest. He's really making his high ranking felt tonight. What a scrap! He barely comes out alive from that firefight. It's definitely a closer fight than those historical odds suggested. Perfectly poised at 5-0, we're completely deadlocked. It's a night where everything is flipping on its head. Vortex edges ahead, taking a thin 6-5 lead. Vortex has definitely been the more consistent player over the last day. It's a 7-5 lead for Vortex heading into the break. I mean, the results are lining up exactly with the rankings so far. Aster is putting up a fight, but the favorite is still comfortably in the driver's seat. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex has been on an absolute tear with a 27-8 record today, and honestly, it feels like he's just finding another gear now with a 3-round lead, and that momentum, Aster is really facing an uphill battle to stay in this game. Vortex is just completely in control, cleaning him out of the ramp for another win. The higher seed is simply too strong to crack right now. The pressure is mounting as Vortex secures another victory, extending his grip on this series. His recent run of form is making this look like a blowout. Aster manages to answer back, putting a halt to that dominant run. A strong result considering he's an underdog in this ranking. Vortex is just too quick today, shutting Aster down on that ramp in a flash. Aster is showing some real persistence here, refusing to let the game slip away completely. The underdogs definitely have a few tricks up their sleeve. Aster is putting a real dent in that lead, keeping his composure to put the pressure back on Vortex. The gap on the ladder is definitely narrowing as we head into the 20th. Vortex puts a perfect shot on target, bringing him to the threshold of victory. Exactly the result we expected given the skill gap. And that's it. He shuts the door on this series to take the victory. Vortex just keeps extending that dominant lead in their series history. Aster really fought for it, but the top seed was just too sharp. Aster really owns the historical numbers with a 68% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. But the current state of things is quite different. Mist has taken the last 4 meetings between these two, and that's a trend Aster needs to break early. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, quickly building a solid lead. Both of these guys have had a tough day in the server so far. We'll be right back with more action on Redline after a very quick break. And we are back live on Redline, where Aster holds a 3-1 lead. Mist claws back to 2, barely trailing Aster now. He's looking for more consistency after a tough 16-20 stretch today. Aster keeps his momentum going, extending that lead to 4-2. Hard to ignore that head-to-head record favoring the lead. Mist manages to shut Aster down on the ramp to bring this series right back to a 1-round difference. He's definitely trying to prove that last match was no fluke. Unbelievable. He barely walks away with a sliver of health, but he secures the tie at 4-4. The matchup feels very balanced right now, especially after the 16-13 clash on Dunes. Aster manages to keep the upper hand, utilizing that ramp position perfectly to reclaim the lead. Aster is looking a lot stronger right now, boasting a 67% win rate on this map. That's a huge confidence boost, given how struggle-heavy his last few series have been. It'll be interesting to see if he can turn this momentum into a clean sweep. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he is outperforming a favorite who entered this match with the upper hand. That 3-round streak gave him some much-needed breathing room. Time for a total reset. Aster is really starting to separate himself here, putting a decent gap between him and Mist. A high-impact start to the second half for the 17th seed. Aster is just making it look easy right now, using that ramp position to keep the heat on. Just another tough day for Mist with those recent results. A tough exchange for both of them on the ramp, but Mist comes out on top here. He's clearly fighting back from that tough 10-25 run today. What a chaotic scramble! He claws his way back from the brink, showing some serious grit to survive that encounter. The underdog is starting to prove he can hang in the deep end. Aster really seems to have that ramp figured out today. He's making a habit of that spot. A really gritty performance from both players who've had a brutal day. Aster is really taking control here, pushing the gap to 4 rounds as the pressure mounts. Aster has consistently looked better in their career matchups. Another straightforward round for Aster, and he's now just 1 away from ending the series. His superior ranking is really starting to show in this stretch. Mist manages to hold his ground in a fast exchange to keep the game alive. Needs a few more clean rounds to actually shift the tide here. Game over. Aster closes it out with a total shutout to seal the series. He's definitely found some footing here, getting back to his way of doing things after a brutal run today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Mist are facing off on Italy, and it looks like Vortex has the upper hand today. Vortex holds a staggering 49-9 head-to-head lead over Mist. You can see that historical dominance translating into a huge advantage right now. It will be a tough climb for Mist to flip the script here. Mist comes out on top here, holding that high ground on the wine to get back into it. He's certainly fighting against the odds here. Vortex is reeling now that Mist has tied it up. The rank 25 player is refusing to back down right now. He's just taking over this match now, securing his third straight round with a perfectly clean shot. Quite a contrast from how his day has gone so far. He's absolutely cruising now, claiming another one to push the lead to 4-2. The momentum has completely shifted as the 5-round run continues. He's making a very strong case against the odds right now. Another huge outplay as Mist clears him off the wine, putting a massive grip on this map. He's completely flipped the script on the expected outcome today. He just can't be stopped, moving a full 7 rounds deep into this run. A surprising turnaround considering the gap in their ratings. Vortex puts a stop to that run with a lightning fast reaction. Vortex has been on an absolute tear today, putting up a 26-8 record in his last few outings. It makes sense that he's finally starting to punish Mist for those mistakes. We're seeing the raw skill gap bridge the distance now. Mist holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. And honestly, we're seeing a total reversal of what we expected. The lower rated player has completely seized control of the server so far. Mist is really putting the pressure on, easily clearing Vortex right off that wine ledge. A total reversal of what we're used to seeing in the previous matchups. Mist is just running away with this 10-4 lead. Mist is completely disregarding their recent struggles to close the gap. Vortex claws one back to make it 10-5. A strong showing for the number 4 seed here. Vortex is starting to close the gap here, taking 2 in a row to put some heat on Mist. The higher seed is finally asserting control here. He's really starting to tear through the competition, picking up a 3rd straight round to keep the pressure high. Mist answers back quickly to keep himself in a commanding position. He's showing some real resilience despite the overall rating difference. Things are getting tight now as Vortex continues to chip away at that lead. The lower ranked side is really putting up a fight today. A ridiculously fast reaction to put Mist just 1 round away from the victory. That was a prolonged exchange, but he emerges completely unscathed to stave off the loss. That was a tense one, but he managed to scrape it out. He's not going away, securing a clean point to push this race toward the finish line. Vortex simply refuses to let this match slip away, knocking his opponent off the wine to stay alive. Unbelievable. That brawl ends with a massive tie and we are headed to overtime. He has really found a way to play his way back into this. Absolute chaos in that trade, but he barely survives the exchange to keep the streak alive. He's completely locked in now, finding a way to survive the chaos. He's simply unstoppable, keeping the momentum rolling for a 6th straight time. The top seed is firmly back in his element. Pure brilliance from him, and now he's just a single round away from closing this out. What a stunning conclusion! He closes out the match and completes an unbelievable comeback. I can't believe we actually saw a map push into overtime after that middle stretch. Mist really pushed him to the limit. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Vortex are facing off on fast aim, with Vortex entering as the strong favorite. Aster takes a surprising lead, but the history here is heavily stacked against him. Looking at the head-to-head, Vortex has completely dominated this rivalry with 24 wins. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can actually bridge that gap today. Aster is really playing his game here, holding that ramp angle perfectly to secure another win. Vortex really needs to shake off those early mistakes. Aster is putting on a huge amount of pressure early, and it's keeping Vortex on his heels. That's quite the contrast to his recent struggles against this opponent. Another clean take from the ramp as he builds a huge gap. Things are looking very different from the 13-8 loss we just saw. Incredible fight, he barely scrapes through that exchange, clutching it out with a tiny shred of health. Pure guts to pull that off with only 14 health left. Vortex shuts that down with a clean shot from the ramp to keep this recovery going. Exactly why he entered this set as the heavy favorite. What a fight! He manages to secure the lead from the ramp, just barely escaping with his life. Aster is definitely making his presence felt today. A slower exchange this time, but he keeps his cool to close it out untouched. He's showing why the expectations were so high coming into this. The momentum has completely shifted as a second straight round for Vortex brings us dead even. The tension is peaking now with a completely open game. What a scrap! He barely walks away from that disaster, putting the pressure back on his opponent. That's a huge swing in momentum for the favorite. Vortex goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, things are unfolding exactly as predicted. He's just a bit more consistent, which is why he's been able to pull away despite a few strong rounds from Aster. Let's see if Aster can push back. A tight battle as Vortex edges ahead 7-6. He's definitely fighting the good fight against a top 5 opponent. We're deadlocked at 7-all. Total deadlock. A surprising contrast to how the last 2 meetings went. He secures a spotless kill from the window, continuing this impressive climb back into the game. He's definitely finding his footing again. Pure chaos now that Aster has leveled the score. Vortex is definitely feeling the heat after a dominant start to his day. Aster is really owning that ramp right now, putting himself in a prime position to close this out. Vortex has been cruising today with that 26-8 record. Vortex gets a perfect look from the ramp, evening things up at 9-all. Neither player seems to be blinking today. Aster is on fire right now, making a huge push to reclaim the lead. The top seed is really struggling to find an answer here. He outmuscles him from the ramp to bring this series all the way back to a tie. That was a long grinding fight to get back to even. A total shutdown here as he secures another win to keep this comeback rolling. The higher seeds usually find a way to close it out. Unreal! He barely survives that brutal firefight to bring the series back to a dead heat. The 15 seed is refusing to fade away here. Vortex has completely shifted the tide, putting himself one step away from victory. That was a sharp, decisive trade to take the lead. Aster refuses to let this match end in regulation, forcing a tie at 12-12. He's fighting against the tough recent history in this matchup. A patient exchange that ends with Vortex stepping up to take control again. It's a brutal way to close out the regulation, a frame. A gritty exchange where both players poured it all into the fight, but the favorite survives to take another. He really knows how to lock down when the pressure spikes. Another commanding performance from the ramp as he puts himself on the verge of victory. That's exactly the kind of high-impact performance we expected. He just refuses to go quietly, digging deep to stay in this fight. He's fighting with everything he's got to keep this going. What a final stand! Vortex burns through a flurry of bullets to close the deal and secure the victory. He really walked through the fire to get this one across the line in overtime. Aster gave him every bit of trouble imaginable today. He had to work for that. welcome to the Dunes. We've got Aster and Mist stepping up for this 1v1 showdown. Good luck to both. Aster has consistently held the upper hand here, winning 68% of their head-to-head meetings. So it's not surprising to see him start fast, given his historical control over this opponent. We just need to see if he can maintain that pressure. He's absolutely on fire right now, securing another clean sweep to go up 3-0. He catches Mist right off the Tetris, just completely owning this map early on. He's just not letting up, taking a 5th straight to put Mist in a deep hole. He's just totally out of reach, clutching another victory from the box. Absolutely untouchable. Aster continues this rampage with another perfect encounter. Finally, a break in the action as Mist clears him off the box. It's a bit of a wake-up call for the favorite. Aster is putting on a clinic right now, and you can see it in his 63% win rate on this specific map. He's completely controlling the pace of the game. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can find any way to slow this down. Both players took a beating in that exchange, but Aster survives to push his lead to 10-1. The favorite is simply too strong right now. Aster goes into the break with a 10-2 lead. Well, this is shaping up to be a huge upset. Mist was supposed to have the advantage today, but he looks completely lost right now. Time to shake things up. He's just too quick today. That was a fierce battle for the high ground, and Aster came out on top. It's just been a tough run for Mist today. Mist is refusing to just fade away, showing some real grit in these last couple of exchanges. Mist is starting to put up a real fight, capitalizing on a few mistakes to keep himself in the game. He earns another victory from the box, keeping this hot streak alive. Quite a turnaround for the player sitting at rank 25. That is a complete shutdown to put him on the verge of victory. He's firmly re-established himself as the boss of this server. What a way to wrap it up. Aster secures the final kill to take the series. He just looks completely untouchable on the sands today. He's really firmly in control of this matchup. Welcome to the arena. We have Vortex and Mist facing off today, with the clear favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Vortex looked sharp there, utilizing that high ground on the ramp to take an early lead. That high seed is certainly feeling the pressure. Vortex has dominated this specific rivalry with a 59 lead across their history. Well, it's an interesting shift in momentum given that he's normally so untouchable in these meetings. I want to see if Mist can actually disrupt the pattern here. We're all tied up at 2 apiece now. Mist has struggled today, dropping quite a few rounds lately. Vortex is really starting to build some heat here, putting a lot of pressure on Mist to find a way back. He just wipes him right off the box to keep this momentum going. The number 4 seed looks completely in control. He just drops his opponent right off that box to secure another point. He's absolutely on fire, cleaning up the competition with another rapid win. Absolute chaos for Mist as the streak continues to roll in his opponent's favor. He's really showing that gap in skill level today. Absolutely terrifying. He's just completely steamrolling through this match right now. He's really leaning into that massive rating difference. He simply doesn't miss, picking his opponent right off that box to keep the streak going. This just mirrors the result we saw earlier today on Italy. Vortex takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, it is exactly what we predicted. The top seed is just outclassing Mist in every single exchange right now. Mist needs to find some answers. Unbelievable. He clings on with a tiny sliver of health to finally get back on the board. A huge gutsy play to stay in this thing. Vortex has a stellar 27-8 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum right into this set. He just isn't letting the pressure build, regardless of how many rounds Mist manages to scrap. 4? The gap is just too wide here. Mist managed a quick response, but Vortex instantly shut that down. Mist is showing a lot of grit, catching him from the Tetris to keep the fight alive. A tough day for him overall, with just 10 wins across his sets. A tight standoff that ultimately goes his way, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. The seed gap is really on display right now. Mist finds a way to stay in the fight by controlling things from the box. He is really fighting against the tide today. He's keeping the dream alive, putting together another strong win to push back against the pressure. He's refusing to just hand this one over. And there it is! Vortex finishes it with a clean shot to close out the series. He just looked way too comfortable out there. Mist put up a few brave fights, but that's another one in the books for the top seed. Welcome to the show. Aster and Vortex are facing off on orange to see who takes the win today. Vortex has practically lived in Aster's head, winning 25 of their previous 30 meetings. It's a massive psychological advantage that seems to be carrying over into this map. Let's see if Aster can actually break that cycle. Aster is finally fighting back, leading to 2-1. He's really fighting against that full rank in the ratings. Unbelievable efficiency. He is absolutely on fire right now. Vortex has looked untouchable in his last 10 matches. He is simply refusing to let up, securing another quick win to keep this charge moving. A complete reversal from how their match on Fast Aim ended. Vortex responds with a lightning fast shot to hold the momentum. He's showing exactly why he's the higher rated player today. Aster is operating at a 72% win rate on this map. It's an impressive piece of data considering how much he's usually struggled against his opponent. We're seeing him really capitalize on that specific comfort level right now. Aster is pulling away now with a commanding 6-3 lead. It's a real struggle for the favorite to get this one back on track. Vortex is refusing to fade away, quickly narrowing the gap to just 2 rounds. He's putting on a strong showing to keep the pressure up as we head toward the break. Just an absolute blitz through the middle there. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, he's completely flipped the script on the pre-match expectations here. The underdog is playing incredibly confident against the number 4 seed. Time for a reset. Vortex is showing a lot of heart, securing a totally clean kill to start the half. The pressure is definitely shifting back toward the higher seeded side. He's locked in now, leveling the score and refusing to let this match slip away. This is starting to look like a mirror image of their earlier matchups. Vortex is on a tear now, taking total control of the map, with 3 straight rounds. Everything is shifting back in favor of the top seed. What a chaotic exchange. Aster barely manages to scrape through that a brawl to bring us back to a dead-even deadlock. A really desperate fight to get back in the driver's seat. A tough slog this time, but the favorite claws back the lead. A narrow gap in the rankings, but it's playing a huge role now. Vortex puts the pressure back on, picking him right off the ramp. He's starting to look way too comfortable in these exchanges. Vortex edges ahead, holding a slim 10-9 lead. He's really trying to erase that 5-25 head-to-head deficit. A really sharp turn of events here. He's proving that the gap in the rankings doesn't mean everything. What a fight! He survives a brutal trade to extend his run to 3 straight. His recent stretch of games hasn't been nearly as dominant today. Vortex is showing incredible grit, shutting this down instantly to bring us back to a dead-even score. A tense standoff ends with the favorite firmly in control, just 1 round away from victory. Really asserting his dominance at this point. Absolute perfection from Aster to force a dead heat, sending us straight into overtime. And now we head into the extra rounds. Vortex was far too quick, stumbling back into the lead with a perfect execution. That was a clean response from him. Both players are just swapping rounds now, making it nearly impossible to tell who has the edge. Absolutely locked in for his final push. His persistence is paying off as he pushes right back into a one-round lead. Slipping back into those natural habits now. Pure efficiency from Vortex, walking away without a single scratch as he moves within striking distance of the win. He is looking completely composed in these final moments. Incredible finish. Vortex closes the door with a perfect shot to claim the series. Aster fought so hard to flip the momentum in the middle of this series, but he just couldn't close it out in overtime. He really pushed the number 4 seed to the limit today. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Mist are facing off on Italy to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Aster has a dominant all-time record here with a 68% win rate against Mist, but we're seeing some real instability in his recent form today. It'll be interesting to see if those historical numbers actually matter in this specific set. Aster is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. The top-rated player here is simply putting on a clinic. Mist is fighting back and making this a very tight contest early on. The number 26 ranked player is really showing some grit early on. Aster keeps the edge, holding a slim one-round lead. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. Aster's extending the gap to a 2-round cushion. The pressure is mounting on the 26th seed right now. He's simply untouchable right now, putting together a strong run of 3 straight wins. Just as we saw in that Dunes match earlier. The lead continues to swell as he strolls to a perfect 4-round run. A rough run of form for the number 26 seed. He's completely taken over this match, moving to 5 straight. He's looking every bit like the favorite today. Finally, a break in the action as Mist manages to secure a point for himself. Aster was too quick there, catching Mist perfectly as he tried to hold that wine position. Aster takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. Well, Mist was supposed to have the edge here, but he's just not showing up. Aster is effectively owning this map right now. Mist needs to find a spark here. Aster has a staggeringly high head-to-head lead with 308 wins over Mist. And honestly, we are seeing that historical gap translate perfectly into today's game. Now the pressure is entirely on Mist to find a way to halt this landslide. That was an absolute brawl, but he manages to clutch it out on a sliver of health to reach match point. What a way to close it out! He finishes the job with a perfect round to take the series. A completely one-sided affair from start to finish. Mist just didn't have any answers for that level of pace today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Mist are ready to face off on fast aim to see who wins. Vortex enters this match with a commanding 51-9 head-to-head lead. It's surprising to see Mist taking an early lead given how regularly the favorite has controlled their previous encounters. We'll see if Mist can actually maintain this pressure. Vortex just claws back the lead, putting Mist on the back foot. Vortex is putting his top 5 ranking on full display. We're seeing a complete dead heat right now. Neither player is letting the other get any breathing room. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, finally knocking Mist off the ramp to take the lead. His top 4 position on the ladder is certainly showing. Both players decided to fight for the same high ground, but Vortex came out on top of that scramble. He looks quite sharp after those strong results earlier today. Vortex keeps the edge as he moves to 4-3. Mist is really making a statement here, turning this into a total toss-up. Surprisingly strong push from a player who struggled in his last few games. Vortex is firmly in control at 5-4. His recent form is simply on another level right now. Vortex is really starting to pull away here, picking Mist right off the toolbox to extend that lead. The difference in their recent results is glaring. He's just too fast right now, keeping the momentum high as we head into the break. That brutal 10-26 record from today is starting to weigh on him. We're at a 7-5 split heading into the break. Well, that's exactly what the rank gap suggested. Vortex has the momentum after a 3-round run, but Mist is still hanging around. New sides, fresh start. Vortex has an incredible 28-7 record over the last day, and you can tell that confidence is fueling his aggression in this half. He's just outclassing Mist in almost every exchange right now. I wonder if Mist has any response left to slow this down. Vortex just cleans him right off the ramp, extending his run to 3 straight. A tough run for Mist, having a hard time finding any momentum. Mist responds with a clean burst to put a stop to that run. He's definitely digging deep to overcome that rating gap. Vortex is cruising now, leading 10-7. He's definitely showing some grit despite those tough losses to Aster earlier today. Another effortless kill for Mist, as the momentum shifts heavily in his favor. He's completely wiped the floor with his opponent over these last few encounters. Vortex clears the wine box to put a 3-round cushion between them. He's starting to look like the heavy favorite again. A total shutdown of the opposition to push his lead to 12-8. That was a lightning fast kill to really seal things down. What a finish. He absolutely closes the door on this match and secures the victory. He's just in a different world right now. That incredible run of form continues as the top seed takes the series. Welcome to Redline. We have Aster and Vortex facing off today, though Vortex enters this one as the clear favorite. Vortex puts on an immediate display of power, catching Aster right as he tried to hold that ramp. Vortex really dominates the historical head-to-head here with a commanding 26-5 lead, but Aster seems completely unfazed by that history in this specific series. It will be interesting to see if those past defeats are actually fueling his performance today. Both players collided on the ramp there, but Aster was just a fraction faster to the trigger. He's proving that the rating gap might not mean much here. Vortex holds a slim lead, but Aster is closing in. The higher seed is looking very comfortable in these early stages. Vortex still owns a 2-round cushion right now. He's carrying a ton of confidence with that 9-game run lately. These matchups have been ending so quickly, nobody is getting a second chance to recover. He's certainly not letting the ranking gap intimidate him today. And just like that, Aster has completely leveled the field. The top 4 seed is finally feeling the pressure. Vortex barely clings to a single round lead now. Vortex is really capitalizing on that high rank today. Vortex just shuts things down on the ramp, and now he's looking very strong as he pushes toward that double-digit mark. He's been essentially perfect in his last 10 appearances. Aster is right on his heels at 5-6. It's clear Aster's superior map knowledge is paying off here. We head into the break with a 7-5 lead for Vortex. Well, the favorite is holding a slim advantage just like we thought he would. Aster is keeping this closer than their history suggests, but the momentum is firmly on the side of the number 4 seed. Side switch, everything still in play. Vortex has been absolutely locked in today with that 28-7 record over the last 24 hours, and honestly it's allowing him to ignore the fact that Aster usually handles this specific map better. He's playing with way too much momentum right now. A completely untouched exchange, and that's 3 straight for the favorite. The number 4 seed is just playing another perfect match. Aster puts an end to that run with a clean finish. We've seen Aster hold his own throughout this afternoon. Vortex is really putting the squeeze on Aster here, pushing him deep into a hole as we head toward the finish line. Aster manages to secure that one, picking him right off the Tetris. It's a tough spot to be in for the 4th seed. Aster is putting up a real fight now, managing to claw back into this game. A huge effort from the number 14 seed right now. Absolute precision from the ramp, and that is 3 straight for the underdog. Unreal, the momentum has completely swung in this series. Vortex answers back immediately to put himself on match point. The pressure of the occasion is clearly getting to him now. What a finish! Vortex secures the final round from the ramp to seal the victory. He's really showing why he's currently sitting at the top of the rankings. Aster gave him a real run for his money, but he just couldn't stop that momentum. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Mist facing off today on Dunes to see who wins. Aster holds a massive historical advantage in the head-to-head, winning 68% of their total matches. It's surprising to see Mist starting on the front foot today, given how heavily he struggled against this opponent in the past. We'll see if the early lead is just a fluke. Mist is really putting the pressure on Aster now. He's definitely fighting through a tough stretch in his last 10. Neither of these two is letting the other build any real momentum early on. It's a tight battle for a guy ranked 14th. Aster is really starting to take control, using that high ground to secure another quick round. The momentum has completely shifted and Aster is now rolling with a 3-round streak. Mist answers right back, snapping that run and keeping the game within reach. It's been a bit of a struggle for him lately. Aster just could not be displaced from that box, securing a lead of 2 rounds. Mist has been struggling a lot in his recent games. Mist is currently enduring a 7-loss streak over his last 10 matches. It's a brutal stretch of form that makes this current deficit feel almost inevitable. We have to wonder if he has any answers left to turn this around. Mist finds a nice spot on the box to close this one out. He really needs this spark to shake off his recent struggle. Aster takes a solid lead heading into the break, sitting at 8-4. I mean, the underdog is making a strong case for an upset here. His 63% map win rate on Dunes is showing through right now. Time to see if Mist responds. Aster is just dominating, stretching the gap to 9-4. He looks completely lost against the 14th ranked player right now. Mist just snatched that round away from the top position, keeping himself very much in the fight. He's showing a lot more grit than in that blowout earlier. Aster reaches double digits, leaving Mist far behind. He's looking every bit the superior player in this match. Aster is just too fast right now, simply out, reacting Mist and taking him right off the box. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, putting himself on the verge of victory. A sharp reaction from Mist to keep the pressure on, delaying the finish for a bit longer. Still a huge mountain to climb for the underdog. What a scramble. Mist barely makes it out alive from that box to keep his hopes alive. That's a huge amount of guts to pull off in a pinch. Absolute perfection from Mist, keeping that streak alive with a total shutout. He's definitely found his second wind in this final stretch. Another clean take from the box as the momentum swing becomes a landslide. Unbelievable. Aster pushes through the damage to take the final round and the series. Mist really threw everything at the wall late there, but he just couldn't close the door. He's gotta be gutted. Tough loss for Mist. Welcome to the Berserk League. Vortex and Mist are facing off on orange, with the favorite looking very strong today. Vortex has been nearly untouchable in their recent matchups, holding an 85% win rate over Mist. That psychological edge is clearly present given how differently these two have performed in their last 10 games. The question now is if Mist can find any answer to this run. Vortex is really starting to pull ahead now. His form is seriously impressive, having won 10 of his last 10. Everything is totally level now. We've got a dead heat early on in this set. He's fighting against a massive deficit in the rankings. Vortex takes the lead with a tight 3-2 advantage. He's certainly playing like a top 5 seed right now. Vortex is just dominating, moving ahead to 4-2. Mist is refusing to just fade away, keeping the pressure high as we move into the next round. Looking at the last day, Vortex has put together a really strong 28-7 record. He's comfortably converting that overall momentum into a lead here. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can actually disrupt this trend before the deficit becomes too much. What a scramble! He nearly went down, but manages to secure the kill and a third straight round. The gap in the ladder rankings is really becoming apparent. He is simply on another level right now, extending his run to 4 straight. He is putting on a clinic against a player ranked 27. Vortex holds a commanding 9-3 lead going into the break. I mean, he is completely in charge here. This matches the pre-game prediction perfectly as the top seed just pummels his opponent. Let's see if Mist can pivot. Mist finally clawed one back, leaving it 9-4. Hard-fought response from the man currently sitting 27th on the ladder. Vortex is firmly in control at 10-4. He's consistently outclassed the man from 27th in their previous meetings. Vortex is just closing the door on this one, putting a huge distance between himself and his opponent. Total devastation from the leader, who's now just one round away from ending this. Just absolute precision on that final engagement. What a finish! He just blasts through the final round to close out the series. A complete shutdown from top to bottom. That sub-second reaction time showed exactly why he's sitting at the top of the ladder. Welcome to the show! We have Esther and Vortex facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Vortex holds an incredibly strong head-to-head lead with 27 wins over Esther. It's a gap that usually makes this matchup feel very one-sided. Given the current ratings, the early lead for Esther is a surprising start to a long afternoon. Esther is really finding his rhythm, leading 2-0. Vortex has been on an absolute tear in his last 10 games. Vortex claws back one, but Esther still holds the lead. He's looking to reclaim that dominant hold he's had in their history. The momentum has completely shifted back. Vortex looked just as sharp in that engagement as he did in the last one. The higher rated player is starting to assert his will. Esther barely keeps a one-round cushion over Vortex. He's currently fighting against a brutal head-to-head deficit. Esther extends the gap to 4-2, really dominating here. Another incredibly fast reaction. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now. Vortex is showing some real grit, refusing to let the lead slip further away. The favorite is starting to wake up. He managed to survive the exchange, continuing this climb back into the game. The gap in their rankings is starting to play a role here. Esther is putting on a show, cutting right through Vortex while he's perched up on that ramp. The top 4 seed needs to tighten things up. Esther is really taking advantage of his 62% success rate on this map. Well, it's a sharp contrast to his recent struggle with a 16-20 record today. He is really fighting to turn his whole day around here. Esther heads into the break with a strong 8-4 lead. I mean, this is a huge shift from the pre-match expectations. He's completely ignored that brutal head-to-head record and is firmly in the driver's seat. Let's see who has the steadier hand. Esther keeps the pressure on at 8-5. Vortex is clearly in fine form today with that 28-7 run. What a battle. He barely escapes with his life to take another round. Absolutely clutch to close that out on a sliver of health. Esther pulls ahead again, now sitting comfortably at 9-6. He's looking a lot more like that number 4 ranked player now. Vortex wipes him right off that container, continuing a steady climb back into this match. The gap in the standings is definitely staring Esther in the face. He's really hitting his stride now, completely untouchable as he closes in on his opponent. Vortex is putting an immense amount of pressure on that lead. Unbelievable, he's completely erased that deficit, bringing the set level at 9-9. Everything is back on the table now. What a run! Vortex secures a 5th straight, officially taking control of the scoreboard. A familiar sight for anyone who's followed this rivalry long term. He just keeps winning these fights, extending his incredible run to 6 straight. The gap in skill is really becoming a factor here. Esther puts a stop to that onslaught with a lightning-fast snapshot. Just a clean, decisive trade to reset the pace. Esther completely neutralizes the high ground, taking out Vortex from the ramp and leveling things up. Things are dead, even heading into the final stretch. Absolutely frantic exchange. He digs deep to secure the win and is now just 1 round away from victory. What a comeback! Vortex finishes the fight and takes home the series. Esther played the game of his life for a while there, but he just couldn't seal the deal against that kind of momentum. He really pushed him to the limit. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. Aster and Mist are facing off on fast aim to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Aster holds a heavy overall advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 68% of their encounters. It makes a lot of sense why Mist is having such a difficult time lately given those numbers. I wonder if they can actually turn this around. Mist is building some early momentum, leading 2-1. He's really fighting back after that rough run of form. That is absolutely brutal. He's just refusing to let up now. He's completely in control, picking the opposition off the ramp to keep his streak alive. The favorite is really struggling to find any footing here. He's just completely shifted the game in his favor, extending the lead to 5-1. He is simply not letting up, erasing any hope of a comeback with another flawless kill. Aster manages to snag around here, slowing the pace down a bit. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that rough morning session. Mist manages to hold that high ground on the ramp to keep the lead firmly in his grasp. The gap in our rating isn't reflecting in the server today. Mist has normally been the underdog in their last 400 encounters. It's clearly a different story today, since he's completely rewritten the script in this match. We're seeing a huge shift in momentum that simply shouldn't be happening based on their history. Mist takes a substantial 9-3 lead into the break. He's putting the map's 50% win rate to good use here. He's playing exactly as we expected for a favorite today. Time to see if Aster wakes up. Mist is cruising now with a dominant 10-3 lead. It is just unbelievable, seeing the ranked 27 player pull this off. Aster is really fighting to keep this competitive, managing to outduel Mist right off the ramp. Mist still keeps a tight 5-round grip on this. Both of these guys have had a rough time today. Aster just cleared him off the ramp to push his current run to 3 straight. He's fighting through a rough 15-21 day to stay alive. He answers back immediately from the ramp, quickly shutting down that mini run. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible, and Aster is definitely starting to fight back. A tight battle, but he manages to secure the edge and move within striking distance of victory. And that's the game. Mist puts on one final show to shut the door on this match. Honestly, he just played perfectly today and didn't give Aster any room to breathe. Welcome to Red Line. We have Vortex and Mist facing off, with the heavy favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Mist comes out aggressive and takes control early by catching Vortex right on the ramp. Vortex has a staggering 53-9 all-time record against Mist. It's a bit shocking to see him trailing early, given that total historical dominance. I'm wondering if he can actually shake off this cold start. Mist is just relentless, pushing his lead to 3-1. He's fighting a tough slump today after that 11-25 run. Mist is just putting on a clinic here. The round times are getting shorter and shorter as he gains more ground. A perfectly timed burst gets the round, and he's starting to find some answers. He's proving he can handle the pressure despite the early deficit. A quick skirmish on the ramp and Mist just takes another, really extending that lead. Hard to believe the gap in the ladder rankings right now. Vortex has an incredibly strong recent form, including a 12-win streak heading into this game. I mean, it's really surprising that he's the one under pressure here. We just have to see if that elite level of play can actually kick in before the gap gets too wide. Mist is absolutely cruising with a commanding 7-3 lead. Vortex is showing some resilience here, refusing to let Mist pull even further ahead as we approach the mid-game. The 4th seed is starting to flex that rating advantage. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's a complete reversal of expectations. He's really pushing the pace against a number 4 seed who usually owns this matchup. Time to see if the momentum holds. Vortex secures the opening of the half, picking him off from the Tetris blocks. It feels like we're finally getting that elite level of play. Mist shuts that down quickly, catching Vortex as he tried to hold that ramp. He's definitely putting that rank 26 spot to the test. Mist just can't be shaken from that ramp. He's putting a huge amount of pressure on the scoreboard right now. He's really making his mark today despite the overall disparity. Vortex stays dogged and claims another for himself, keeping the dream of a comeback alive. It's a huge shift from how their previous matches usually go. Vortex keeps his momentum going by knocking Mist off the ramp. His superior rank is finally translating into actual results. Absolute composure from Vortex, catching his opponent on the ramp to tie this series up. Pure chaos now as the scoreboard is completely reset. He's completely taken over the map now, putting himself firmly in the driver's seat. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. A tighter exchange this time, but the deadlock remains as we hit 10 apiece. The gap on the ladder is nearly non-existent when it comes to this specific duel. A perfect read on the opponent, and he now holds the lead. He's really starting to exert that pressure we expected from the start. Another clean round from the ramp, and now he's just one step away from victory. His reaction time was just too fast on that exchange. Mist keeps the dream alive by holding that ramp and securing another round. A clutch stop that keeps this game on a knife edge. Absolutely crushing. That's another one for Mist, forcing this series into overtime. Hard to believe we're heading into the extra frame. A ferocious battle on the ramp ends with Mist securing another win to take the lead. Truly stunning to see the number 4 seed struggling this much. Vortex claws his way back into this, forcing the score to a dead heat. Absolute madness to see a game pushed this far into the distance. Mist is just refusing to let this slip, putting himself one step closer to a massive upset. A real battle of wills coming from the underranked player. He just keeps digging deeper, snatching another round by pulling Mist off the ramp to keep it all even. Both players are just refusing to blink in this deadlock. Vortex delivers a huge blow from the ramp, bringing him to the precipice of victory. That was a surgical strike to reclaim a narrow advantage. What a fight! He barely walks away from that exchange, but he manages to level the score. Neither one of them is giving an inch in this series. Vortex barely holds the lead at 16-15 now. Total parity now, with both players sitting at 16. Vortex barely edges ahead at 17-16. The tension is through the roof as we enter this final sequence. A really dominant display of power in this final stretch. Vortex is surging ahead to a commanding 19-16 lead. He really had to dig deep to secure that victory after such a shaky start. Mist pushed him to the absolute limit today. What a fight! Welcome to the arena. We've got Aster and Vortex facing off today to see who comes out on top. Vortex has historically been a nightmare for his opponent, holding a massive 28-5 head-to-head lead. And he enters this match coming off a dominant run of 10 straight victories. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can actually find a way to disrupt that momentum. Vortex is starting to put the pressure on, using that height advantage on the ramp to keep things close. Unreal, he manages to scrape through that chaos with almost nothing left in the tank. The favorite is definitely feeling a bit shaken right now. Aster is just tearing through him right now, quickly shutting down any chance of a comeback. Vortex usually takes care of business in these matchups. He's just completely untouchable right now, moving into a huge lead. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter. Vortex gets a round back, fighting his way back to a 5-2 deficit. The third rank on the ladder is finally showing his class. He's definitely starting to close the gap here. That is 3 straight for the challenger, and the tide is officially shifting. The favorite is finally starting to find some stability. Aster edges him out in a tight exchange to maintain the cushion. He's really fighting the current after that rough match against Mist. Aster really thrives in this environment with a 71% win rate on the map. It's a stark contrast to how he's been performing in the league overall lately. If he can keep this pace, he'll likely secure the series before the half. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the rankings suggested a total blowout here, but the underdog is actually holding his own. We are looking at a genuine surprise on our hands. Vortex puts his foot down and picks him right off that boost, showing some real grit. A quick adjustment to get his confidence back. Absolutely wild. He barely survives that absolute war of attrition to keep the lead. He is certainly playing above his typical number 17 standing right now. Aster is just running away with it at 9-6. He is really making a statement against a top 5 opponent. A complete shutout there, bringing him to a 3-round streak. Just a massive contrast to that Blame Mappa's result they had earlier. Vortex puts a stop to that momentum and takes the round with a clean headshot. A much needed spark for the favorite to stay in this. Vortex swiftly picks him off the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. His experience in the top 25 is really starting to show. Aster is firmly in control here, just a few rounds away from taking the map. He's clearly shaken off the rust from that defeat to Mist. That was an effortless kill, putting Aster just one step away from victory. The underdog has completely flipped the script on this series. He manages to fight back, keeping his hopes alive in this high-pressure situation. He's fighting a desperate uphill battle to stay in the game. Vortex shows incredible resolve, managing to stall that run and bring the score to 12-10. Vortex knows exactly how to handle this level of pressure. Vortex is refusing to go quietly, keeping the dream alive with another sharp exchange. His mental game is looking much stronger than he did against Mist. What a turnaround! He's forced this match into overtime after a stunning recovery. An absolute cliffhanger as we head into the tiebreak. He completely owns the height from that boost to move one step closer to the finish. Total composure from the favorite in the closing moments. Aster manages to track him down and clear him off the boost to level the score. Absolute madness to see this game reach a dead heat. Vortex continues his climb, shutting down the opponent with a strong play from the ramp. A really impressive display of skill to take back the lead. We are seeing a genuine deadlock here. Every single round is turning into a total toss-up. Neither player can pull away for good. Aster shuts down the attempt from the boost, putting himself on the verge of victory. The pressure is clearly getting to him in this deciding stretch. He forces his way back into this, picking Aster off the boost to secure his chance at the match. A sudden shift in momentum right as things reach the fever pitch. Vortex holds the lead as we enter round 31. Unbelievable. We're totally deadlocked at 16 all. The momentum is swinging back just when we need it to. Vortex is cruising now, stretching it to an 18-16 lead. The top seed is looking like his usual self in the clutch. Aster is chasing him down, trailing by just a single point. Pure resilience from the lower ranked side to keep this contest alive. Total parity now with both Aster and Vortex tied at 18. Just a fierce battle of wills from both sides. Vortex barely hangs on to lead 19-18. Aster hits that reset, bringing the tally to 19 all. Aster pulls ahead by 1, taking a slender lead. He's really shaking off that defeat to Mist in a big way. Absolute insanity as Vortex levels this at 20 apiece. A grueling marathon given how the odds looked going in. Vortex just snatched the edge with a 21-20 lead. He's putting his high rank into good use in this stretch. Vortex is pulling away now with a 2-round cushion. He really had to fight through the fire to put this one away in overtime. What a battle! Welcome to Berserk League. Today we have Aster and Mist facing off on Orange for a great 1v1 showdown. Aster holds a massive all-time lead in their head-to-head history. But that hasn't translated to the most recent games where Mist has been winning the majority of their battles. It'll be interesting to see if that trend continues here. Absolutely ruthless. He's just completely shut down everything Mist is trying to do. He's simply too fast right now, taking a full 4-round lead into the 5th. Mist manages to claw one back after a tight exchange. The underdog is putting up a fight here. Aster is dominating with a commanding 5-1 lead. He's firmly in control as the top seed here. Aster is sitting on a 72% win rate on this specific map. It's making total sense why we're seeing him hold such a significant advantage here. It really puts his current lead into perspective. Let's see if Mist can find any way to bridge this gap. Mist connects with a fast shot to secure another round. The lower ranked player is certainly showing some fight. Aster is just relentless, pushing the lead to 7-3. This looks very similar to their last duel on fast aim. Aster is just running away with it at 8-3. Looking like a total reversal from that fast aim set. Aster goes into the break with a 9-3 lead, and honestly it's a shocking turnaround from the expectations. He is simply outclassing the favorite right now, and he's really putting that head-to-head advantage to use. Let's see if Mist can wake up. Aster is just too sharp, clearing Mist out of that ramp position with ease. He's definitely proven why he's sitting higher on the ladder. The gaps between these rounds are getting smaller and smaller. Aster is just deleting him almost instantly now. He is really treating this like a training ground. Mist needed to get a round on the board here to keep this fight alive. Unbelievable speed on that shot, putting him just one away from the victory. A sharp response from Mist to keep the game going for now. A tough spot to be in when the mountain is this steep. Mist is putting up a strong resistance, claiming his second straight round. The momentum has definitely shifted in his favor. A completely flawless delivery to bring the streak to 3, keeping the match alive for now. He's showing a lot of heart in this uphill battle. He simply refused to go away, extending that streak to 4 as he narrows the gap. This is starting to look like a complete turnaround. And there it is. Aster shuts the door on this series with a perfect final shot. Mist really clawed his way back there to make us sweat, but he just couldn't find that final answer. What a fight! Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Vortex and Mist facing off today, with the heavy favorite looking to maintain their dominance. Vortex has an incredible track record here, holding an 86% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's used that psychological edge to start this series strong. Now it's up to Mist to prove he can actually break that pattern. Absolute control. He just can't be touched right now. His recent form has been unbelievable, winning 14 straight. A fast reaction there, and he shows some grit to get back on the board. Just a reminder that he's currently ranked inside the top 10. Another smooth round for Mist, who looks completely unfazed by the early deficit. it's a completely different story than what we expected going in. Vortex just completely shut that down, catching Mist right as he tried to hold the height. A tough look for Mist, who's coming off a rocky day so far. Vortex is in incredible shape lately with a 27-7 record over the last day. I mean, he's clearly riding a wave of confidence that makes him look untouchable. Now we have to see if Mist can find a way to disrupt that momentum before it's too late. What a statement! He's completely taken over this series with another effortless round. He manages to pull one back here, keeping things interesting. Slightly different look than that 1916 battle they just had. Vortex is just cruising along with a comfortable 8-3 lead. He's really flexing that rank 3 status on the ladder today. Vortex heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly how this match was supposed to play out. He's just too sharp with the rifle right now for Mist to make a real dent. Time for a fresh start. Vortex pushes to 9-4, extending his lead further. Mist is really fighting an uphill battle against that rank 3 seed. Vortex is just relentless, moving to a commanding 10-4. It's a recurring nightmare for Mist in this head-to-head. He just cleans the floor with that shot from the box, and now he's rolling again. His recent 100% run in his last 10 is on full display. Mist secures a quick kill from the box to put another round in his column. That was a clinical read to snap the momentum. Mist is really starting to find a way to put up a fight here. The target is finally shaking for the favorite. He reacts first to reclaim the lead, putting himself just a single round away from victory. The gap in consistency between these two is glaring. What a finale! Vortex seals the deal with a perfect shot to close the series. He really made it look easy out there. Mist put up a couple of decent fights, but the skill gap was just too much to overcome. Welcome everyone. Esther and Vortex are facing off on Italy, where a huge favorite looks to maintain his dominance. Vortex has a commanding lead in their history with a 29-5 record over Aster. It's a gap that usually translates into a fast victory, so seeing Aster take the opening round puts a lot of pressure on the favorite to stabilize. Aster is absolutely surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's certainly showing why he holds the top 4 spot on the ladder. Aster is really putting the heat on here, refusing to let Vortex get any momentum going. Vortex has been practically flawless in his last 10 matches. Aster's now firmly in the driver's seat at 3-2. Vortex is definitely bringing that momentum from his win over Mist. Vortex claws back and we're all squared up. The top 3 seed is starting to assert his authority here. A completely effortless sequence for the top seed to keep the momentum shifting. He manages to secure the response, bringing the deadlock back to 4-4. Aster regains the lead, putting him 1 ahead. He's absolutely on fire, securing his 3rd straight win to push the lead further. A clean exchange here as Vortex shuts him down before the half ends. He's been incredibly consistent across the board lately. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we're seeing a huge swing here, given that Vortex holds an 85% win rate in their history. Aster is actually holding his own against the top seed. Let's see how they adapt now. Aster holds a slim edge, clinging to that 7-6 lead. He's been truly dominant across his last 10 appearances. Vortex has found a great spot on the wine to secure his 2nd straight round. He is currently on an incredible 15-game tear in his last 10. Aster just reclaimed the advantage, utilizing that elevation to put himself right back on top. Vortex has fought back, leaving the score deadlocked. The number 3 seed is putting on a clinic in composure. Vortex takes a narrow 1-round lead as we head into 17. His recent form is practically untouchable right now. A completely effortless execution as he extends his run to 3 straight. Simply terrifying speed from him, extending that run to 4 straight. Aster is showing some real grit here, snapping that streak to keep himself in the game. A critical moment for the underdog to keep this going. What a display of poise, with Aster now securing back-to-back wins to close the gap. The odds are practically flipping as this tension reaches its peak. He just puts a clean shot through, bringing himself to within a single round of victory. Unbelievable fight from Aster, shutting things down from the wine to keep his hopes alive. The underdog is refusing to go quietly tonight. Unbelievable. Vortex shuts the door with a lightning-fast shot to secure the victory. Aster really played his heart out today and almost forced the issue. He's gonna be gutted by that finish. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League. We have Aster and Mist facing off today on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a dominant 311-146 head-to-head lead over his opponent. But that historical gap isn't showing up yet. Mist has been struggling throughout the day, so he's likely trying to use this early lead to break a downward trend. Aster is really starting to put the pressure on, and that ramp play gave him a huge advantage this round. He's just too fast today, extending his lead to 3-1. It's been a rough stretch for the opposition today. A sharp response from Mist to claw back around. He's definitely fighting through a tough run of losses today. We're completely deadlocked at 3 apiece now. Mist is really shaking off those recent losses today. Unreal, he manages to survive by a thread to keep this streak alive. An impressive turnaround for someone who struggled throughout the day. He is just relentless right now, securing his 4th straight victory in total control. Aster manages to shut that down and clears him off the ramp. He's definitely playing like the higher rated seed now. Mist is currently playing a different game than his usual self, so yeah, despite his 9-27 record today, he's refusing to let the favorite take control. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually close this out. We are looking at a 6-6 tie heading into the break. I mean, Mist is playing a lot better than his usual 50% win rate here. Both players are trading momentum, making this a real toss-up for the second half. New side, new energy. Aster is really picking up ahead of steam now, quickly shutting down the ramp effort to pull ahead. His current form is definitely a step up from the 10% run. Aster's now got a 2-round cushion over Mist. He's really starting to look like the favorite here. Aster just edges ahead, clinging to an 8-7 lead. Mist is refusing to fade after those tough losses earlier today. Both of these guys are popping off, but Mist is just a split second faster in these exchanges right now. Aster regains a slim lead at 9-8. We're seeing that 66% map win rate start to translate. Aster secures another win from the ramp, and he's looking stronger with every trade. He's putting that gap in the ladder rankings on full display. Just an effortless finish, and that's 3 straight for the top seed. Looking for a bit more consistency than he's had in his last 10. Absolutely unbelievable. Aster barely clings to life with a single health point to take the lead to 12-8. He really fought for that one, barely escaping with his life. Mist shuts the door on that run, keeping himself in the game. He's really digging deep to avoid a quick exit here. What a finish! Aster seals the deal right there and secures the victory. He really knew how to close the door when it counted, keeping that head-to-head streak alive. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on red line as the dominant Vortex takes on Mist in this 1v1 battle. Vortex is currently on a massive 16-game winning streak. It's clearly carrying their momentum into this server. We're seeing a huge class difference between the two today, and Mist needs to find some answers quickly. Vortex is just too quick for him, putting an end to that attempt on the ramp. The second ranked player in the league is looking completely untouchable right now. What a fight! Mist claws back into the series, barely surviving that absolute slugfest. He hasn't seen a victory against his opponent in a long time. Vortex still holds a commanding 3-1 lead. He's really making his presence felt after that 13-6 blowout on the dunes. Vortex is still out front, leaning on that 3-2 cushion. It's a tough uphill battle for someone sitting at rank 28. These exchanges are happening so fast, Mist can't seem to find any room to breathe out there. His total match record in this pairing is quite staggering. Vortex has a career total of 55 wins against Mist in their head-to-head history. It's clear that the mental edge is leaning heavily in his favor. I wonder if Mist can find a way to shake that cycle today. Mist shuts the door on that run, securing the round from the ramp. He's starting to find a way through the defense. Vortex is just too disciplined, using that high ground on the ramp to shut things down. He looks just as comfortable here as he did in those recent wins against Aster. Vortex just clears him right off that ramp, putting a huge amount of pressure on Mist now. Vortex holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Everything here is going according to plan. He's clearly the better player right now, and Mist is struggling to keep up. Let's see if Mist finds a spark. Mist keeps fighting, but Vortex still maintains a comfortable 8-5 lead. That was a much cleaner exchange for him this time. Vortex manages to secure that high ground on the ramp and shuts this exchange down immediately. Vortex is just too sharp today, quickly picking him right off that ramp. His recent 927 run today has been a tough stretch. He manages to get the better of his opponent with a quick, clean shot. A very fast exchange to keep things interesting. An incredibly fast reaction there, leaving him with a single round to play for the win. Absolutely flawless. Vortex finishes this in style to claim a decisive victory. He's just continuing a terrifying run of form right now, looking completely out of this man's league. Vortex has an incredible 35 lead in their head-to-head history. It's a crushing historical advantage that clearly puts Esther on the defensive right from the start. We have to see if Esther can actually find a way to break that cycle. Vortex is simply too fast, punishing him from the box to take a huge early lead. He is completely untouchable right now, securing a perfect fourth straight. The rating difference is showing through clearly. He manages to punish from the box, once again taking a commanding 5-round lead. The number 2 rated player is making it look easy. A complete shutdown. He's now sitting on a perfect 6-round sweep. He's really capitalizing on that massive momentum from the earlier match. Finally, a round for Esther, who looks much sharper after that slow start. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence after that win over Mist. Esther's high win rate on this map shows exactly why he's staying competitive. You know, he's normally very effective in this environment despite the ranking gap. The big question is whether these back-to-back rounds can actually flip the tide. Unbelievable. He's completely taken over now, scoring his 4th straight to close the gap. The underdog is suddenly the one in control here. Vortex recovers his footing just in time to push the lead back to 7. The consistency from him is just different compared to Esther's recent form. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch, and it's pretty much what we expected to see. I mean, Esther is fighting hard, but the top seed just has a better handle on the pace right now. Fresh start for both now. Vortex is comfortably in the driver's seat at 8-5. He looks completely locked in after that dominating 29-6 run today. Vortex is just too sharp from that ramp, really putting the squeeze on Esther here. A tough stretch for a player who has really struggled in their recent meetings. He holds the height advantage on the ramp to keep this streak going. He's really showing that top 2 ladder status right now. Esther manages to outlast the exchange and put a halt to that momentum. He's trying to prove he can hold his own against the league's elite. Vortex pulls ahead to a 10-7 cushion right now. That was lightning fast. A clean sweep for the challenger. Vortex just can't be shaken. He holds that high ground on the ramp to keep his lead firm. His current form is purely flawless across those 10 recent games. Vortex fights through the damage to clear Esther off the box and secure match point. That was a quick recovery to seal the deal. What a nail biter! Esther claws back this exchange by the skin of his teeth. Total chaos in that exchange, but he walked away with it. And there it is! He finishes the game with an effortless shot to seal the victory. He keeps that monstrous win streak rolling into the next round. He just looks far too seasoned for this matchup.